right, happy Monday, everybody. Joe here. Welcome to the show. All right, folks, so you decide what our first break of the day is going to be. We've got Eminent, second half of that case. We got second half of the mini helmets. Break credit winners, we could use your help in that flawless. That's our last flawless case that we have there. And under wraps is a little over halfway there. We got some more hoops as well for basketball fans. We can do another case of Inception basketball. So I know not a lot of quantity on this site, but definitely a lot of quality on this site. Remember, this is our last week on YouTube, so let's finish off these breaks. Let's send off YouTube in style. And we'll be back, of course. We'll be starting our new era on eBay and eBay Live and whatnot. So it should be pretty exciting. We've got a big pivotal game 7 tonight as well. Who wins that? You can vote in our poll. Mariners are in Toronto. George Kirby on the bump for the Mariners. Shane Bieber on the mound for the Blue Jays. Vegas has the Blue Jays at -130. giving them what, just a little above 55% chance of winning is what that converts to, and I think Mariners are plus 110, slight underdogs. About a 47-ish% chance of winning is what Vegas is implying. But Game 7, big matchup there. Hi there, Joe. We're just letting you know that we are back on whatnot. Just a little bit of those. Hi there, Joe. We're just letting you know that we are back on whatnot. This Thursday, just time for whatnot. So find us at JASPY and support all our and to celebrate our return to whatnot, we are giving away this full-size bagel runner, March 8th autograph line. So, to win this contest, go to our Instagram at JASPY and comment at fellow collector, and we'll announce the winner of this contest. So we'll see you this Thursday. almost fast, very fast. So, optional folks now. Go to the first JASPY baseline and bid on the team today. Boom. Yeah. Beginning of the new era, was not the eBay rise, so the finest there and all over. All right, Daniel's gonna go Royals and Tigers in 2-1-2-1. So just letting you know, everybody, we will not be live on Wednesday. In fact, tonight and tomorrow night will be our last 2 nights on YouTube. So we want to try to clear out as much stuff as possible. And this is our last night on YouTube is tomorrow. We won't be going live on Wednesday. Fanatics and Instagram will still be live on Wednesday, but we're going to be using the studio as the training center for our new streams on eBay and whatnot. So whatever breaks don't sell out by tomorrow night, I think will either be canceled and refunded, or we may try to roll over some of these breaks as well. Like the Flawless will probably end up rolling over. So break credit winners, I would encourage everybody who has outstanding break credit to use it as quickly as possible, right? Because I don't know what's going to happen when we roll it over. If it's able to be rolled over, so we don't know. Although I think everyone has used their usually break credit doesn't last too long. Yeah, so I would encourage everyone to use their break credit. I think Oliver and Sean, you still have some outstanding break credit that we should use in the next night or two. Maybe help us out with that Flawless. And these will be the last of these the break credit baseball mixers as well. We don't want too many outstanding break credit codes laying around. So again, tomorrow night, tonight and tomorrow are our last shows for YouTube. So let's get something going here. All right, if someone can help us out and grab the Braves and the Mets, $40 Braves, $60 Mets, I can bundle up the final 4 teams into a filler. And that should be able to get the breaks going, get that break finished off pretty quickly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who wants to help finish off this break? If someone can grab the Braves and the Mets in this mixer right here, it leaves us with those 4 teams that always seem to be left over. I can post the filler for that, but we just need to get rid of the $40 Braves and the $60 Mets, which will give you an entry for break credit. And double last spot mojo. So let's give it a shot, let's finish it off, and let's give away that break credit soon. Pretty quiet in the chat. We've been live for about an hour and 20 minutes. Crickets in the chat. Remember, folks, this is our second to last night. This is our second to last show on YouTube. We won't be live on Wednesday as we prepare for our move to eBay Live and whatnot on Thursday. So tomorrow night ends up being our last night on YouTube. So let's clean up these breaks. Let's get them off the site. Use your break credit. Nice. Sean's going to get Braves and Mets in the mixer. Double last spot mojo. And let's get that filler, because it always ends up being Dodgers, Yankees, A's, Nationals. So I already have that filler set up. So Sean, you're going to get double last spot mojo. And the entry for break credit. All right, and here's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna do the buy one, get one like we did last time, but we are gonna take out 10 spots instead of the 5. We're gonna take out 10 spots, so we're only selling 20 spots outright. So half of the spots that we sell are gonna get extra spots. So that's a pretty good odds, I think. Half of you are gonna get extra spots, which is gonna help you out when you're trying to win those nice teams in the 2-1-2-1 baseball mixer. So someone get us started there. Remember, 10 of the 20 spots that we sell will win extra blaster spots. So give that a go. All right, Daniel Smith is going to get us started on the baseball mixer filler. Gets 4. Excellent. That should be our first break of the day. Down to 16. Remember, we're only selling 20 spots outright. Half of you are going to get extra spots. That's a good deal, right? And you get a better shot at getting some of the nicer teams. Unlock the baseball mixer. If you win 2 teams, you might stumble into some break credit as well. All right, there you go. Eugene jumps in on the blaster box, gets a few spots, gets us a little bit closer. So it should guess, there we go. It should guess down to 13. Anyone having issues with the website? I know there's been some internet issues around the world. I think Shopify's been spared from that AWS issue. So this is where the little bit of momentum is. We're down to 13. Let's finish it off. So if you buy a spot, you got half of those spots are going to get extra spots. That's really good odds. Really good odds. Love those odds. right, Alan Murdoch gets a couple spots. Gets us down to 11. This could be our first break of the day. I brought the mixer here, but I do not have the blaster box. Go grab that. All right, we got Sean with a spot. Gets us down to 10. And this will be the last 2-1-2-1 baseball mixer, and this will be the last impeccable mixer. We just don't have enough boxes. So maybe after we finish off the first baseball mixer, maybe we can start working on the next baseball mixer. But someone to get us into single digits. There you go. And Sean just picked up a spot in Inception Basketball. That's a full caser. Planning on a couple fillers for that as well. But one spot gets you two teams. So if somebody wants to help Sean there, you know, if we can move those 4 spots, we could cancel a filler, add 5 more spots back in, and make the current filler the last filler. You can also vote in our poll who's going to win Game 7 of the ALCS tonight. Game 7s are always exciting, and I'll be starting in a few minutes. I think the Lions got a quick touchdown, but then they haven't been able to build on that lead, and Tampa Bay's not really been able to do much either. I guess they are missing that running game. But I feel like they got Egbuka back. Get him into the game. And yeah, they gotta try to balance out that attack. But I guess the defense is still keeping the Lions in check for now. And then we've got the other game starting at 7 o'clock LA time, late game for a lot of people. All right, hey, who wants to get us to single digits? We just need one person to get us there. So we got 10 spots left in the filler. That's going to sell out that 2-1-2-1 baseball mixer, this one right here. All right, if you win 2 teams, yes, that does count as an entry for break credit. And then we'll pivot, after we do that, we'll pivot and try to focus on the impeccable baseball mixer. And that's the last of that baseball mixer. We only have those 2 boxes left. And then we can flip around and start working on the football breaks. Beginning the gradual process of sunsetting the site as we move on to a different platform. Remember, our last night on YouTube is tomorrow. We got tonight and tomorrow. Some breaks, I think some breaks we're just gonna, if they don't fill by tomorrow night, by the end of the show tomorrow night, we'll just probably cancel and refund those breaks. I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to roll over break credit to different platforms. So I'd also encourage everyone to use their break credit in the next night or two as well. Could use some help with that flawless. That would be a fun way to, you know, if we get that done by tomorrow, it'd be a fun way to maybe get that done. Sort of a last hurrah for the YouTube channel. But first things first, let's get this blaster box knocked out. There it is right here. That gives away the final 4 teams in the baseball mixer. And give away some money too, some break credit. So we got it down to 10. We're only selling 20 of the 30 spots outright. Half of the spots that we sell, right, are gonna win extra spots. That's gonna come in handy when we're chasing after those teams. Only $24.99. 50-50 shot at winning another $25 spot, and a good shot at a better shot at winning those nice teams in the mixer. And a chance at break credit if you win 2 teams. Still looking for our first break of the day, so let's finish it, folks. Let's do it. Game 7, that is exciting. All right, there you go. Oliver picks up 2 in the blaster box. So he gets us into single digits. 8 left. So we can fire off the single digit siren. Love that. So it's the filler for the mixer, sells it out, chance to win some nice teams, could be our first break of the day. Don't forget to vote in our poll. Who wins game 7 tonight? Starting in about 5-10 minutes or so. We'll give it, you know, a handful of innings before we close the poll, but you've got a chance to vote. Who's gonna win game 7 tonight? 60% are on the Blue Jays, the home team.
decided by a manager when he plugs his ace into the game. In the last 5 game 7s, there have been 52 pitchers used, an entire deck. More managers have an ace tonight to play.
Guys dancing that fine line between too late when to make those pitching changes. The stars are ready. We're all ready for this game 7. It's a kind of thing you dream of as a kid. These guys woke up today knowing that they're 1 win away from going to the World Series for the first time. It's like this thing in sports. One game to the Saturday of the game. The winners are out of the World Series. The Series next month.
Everything by the end of the year. Alright, so you're going to tell me more about
I don't know for sure, but I know that it's not going to be, you know, it'll be a lot easier if you use it now. Because I don't know if eBay Live, how we can distribute break credit there, or Fanatics Live, or Instagram. So you may have to use it on a different platform. It may not be easy to use. It might be hard to keep track of. So we might have to say, you know, on the other platforms, you have to use kind of it all at once. Because we can't be keeping track like a log of, you know, a dozen people and their break credit. So it might be a little more complicated, but that's how I'm encouraging everyone to just kind of use it now, because to use it elsewhere, there might be some additional hurdles to jump through, which might be a little annoying if you want to be spontaneous about your purchases. So.
I've always been passionate about no fees or minimum subsidy. Hard work, dedication. It's like Mr. Jeter said, hard work and dedication. What's been my favorite career? And that had to be big time. Helping people keep more money in their wallet.
So yeah, everybody, so if you win some break credit tonight, I would encourage everyone to just kind of use it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it's not necessarily going away, but it'll just be a little bit more of a hassle, basically, for us to kind of figure that break credit out.
every path we choose comes with a price.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen, we got the blaster box down to 8. Let's finish it. Let's get this break done. This could be our first break of the day. 8 left, 25 bucks a spot. chance to win $200 teams, chance to win an extra $25 spot, win big team for a fraction of the price. If you win 2, yes, you will get an entry for break credit here. So it's definitely possible. The probabilities are a little bit longer, but definitely possible. Remember, folks, tonight and tomorrow are our last 2 shows on YouTube. So we are gradually sunsetting the site here. Any breaks that don't sell out by the end of show tomorrow night will most likely be refunded. Nice, there we go, Oliver, thank you. Nice. First break of the day, thanks Oliver. Listen, break credit winners, I want to encourage break credit winners to maybe get into that flawless football. That'd be a good excuse to grab a team there. I always like to suggest to people, hey, if you win break credit, do something that you wouldn't normally do. You know, buy a team you normally wouldn't buy, because you've got the break credit. It's a free roll. All right, now baseball fans, this is the last of the impeccable baseball mixer. We got about a little over half the teams left, right? Braves, Orioles, Cubs, Reds, Tigers, Astros, Royals, Dodgers, Brewers, Yankees, Phillies, Pirates, Padres, Cardinals, Rangers, and Nationals. So give that a shot. Oh, Julio Rodriguez, leadoff double. Terry, what's going on? All right, good luck with this one, gang. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a Topps Chrome Baseball Blaster Box, number 22. It's our last filler. It's going to unlock the 2-1-2-1 baseball mixer, giving away 10 Blaster Box spots, and giving away the final 4 teams there: Dodgers, Yankees, A's, Nationals. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. So we only sold 20 spots outright. Half of you are going to get extra spots. Top 10 after 3 and a 6, 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, And 9th and final time after 9, Allen, Daniel, Oliver, Oliver, Allen, Oliver, Eugene, Daniel, Oliver, Oliver. Extra spots going your way after 9. We'll put those rooftop symbols there so you know this is from the same, or that's your winning spots. Now let's do the break itself. All 30 teams are in. Second of 3 dice rolls, 5 and a 2, 7 times. Names and teams. 1, 2, 3. And 7 times for the teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, no trade windows here, as you know by now, but here's the first half of the list. Here's the second half of the list. And let's just print and rip. Let's see if we have any surprises here in this blaster box. Josh Naylor's hitting .430 in this series. All right, looks like we got a nice Roki Sasaki base rookie card. That's going to go to the Dodgers. And that's going to be for Daniel and the Dodgers. I'll bet Roki's stock has gone up with his postseason performance here, I would think. Nice. All right. Now let's flip back over here and let's give away these 4 teams right here in that order. So let's gather everybody's names 1 through 30. Third and final dice roll. Just the top 4 getting in. Top 4 after 3 and a 4. 7 times. Fingers crossed. Good luck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7th and final time. So after 7, only the top 4 can get in. So 5 through 30 sad times, but we'll get them next time. Top 4 happy times because you got teams in the next break, the mixer. It's going to be Oliver, Allen, Eugene, and Eugene. There's your top 4 right there. And that's an RBI for Josh Naylor? Yeah, he probably is going to be NLCS or ALCS MVP. All right, so after 7, congrats to the top 4. That's what you end up with. Eugene, Dodgers, Yankees, good draw right there. Allen with the A's and Oliver with the Nats. I'll see you in the next video for the break. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye.
That's not been the same lately, though. For his last try.
pitches. G-Lo, what's going on? Good evening. You know, one thing we didn't talk about, I think yesterday, how crazy is that Doug Martin news? Remember, a lot of you probably remember Doug Martin, former running back in the NFL, only 36 years old. Apparently was nabbed red-handed trying to break into a house in Oakland, and then passed away as he was being arrested. He had like some sort of medical emergency and died. That was not on my bingo card. That's for sure. Kind of sad story too. I don't know what circumstances in his life led him to that, but crazy. I think so. I think he was the burglar. Like, initially, I just saw the news that he passed away, and that was really it. Some teams were like saying, "Hey, Buccaneers, Raiders," kind of announced like, "Hey, Doug Martin passed away," but the details weren't really out there. And then I think local Oakland news had more of those details. I'm not sure what the rule is on that. You hit the runner. He kind of jumped up. That does feel like, yeah, that jump. If he didn't jump, maybe that'd be different. Maybe he jumped thinking he was going to get out of the way, but it looked like he was jumping to get into the way. Well, I guess only he would know his intention. But I don't know the rule well enough to say.
I borrowed some glow suits if you have them. They need them in the store. I can look elsewhere.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Got my secret post-it note stash down there, but we probably should order some more though.
Okay.
So they're both out? Yeah. All right, I think I'm ready to go. Good luck. Hi everybody, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with our 2+1 baseball mixer. Pick your team number 8. If you bought at least 2 teams, chance at $500 of break credit if you follow the instructions there. Big thank you to this group for making it happen. So Sean ended up with double last spot mojo with the Braves and the Mets. And some of you won your way in through that blaster box break. So however you got in, thank you, appreciate you. Chance to win some break credit here. Remember, we are moving to those new platforms. In fact, tonight and Tuesday night will be our last 2 nights on YouTube. It'll be dark on Wednesday and then we'll be back on Thursday. So tonight and tomorrow night are our last nights before we move to the different platforms here. So, I guess breaks that don't sell out by the end of show tomorrow night will probably be canceled and refunded. Just keep that in mind. And it would probably be a lot easier if any break credit winners use their break credit over the next tonight and tomorrow night. It'll just be a little bit easier that way. Otherwise, we'll probably have to jump through some hoops if we want to try to assign some break credit for you on a new platform. So to make life easier for all of us, try to use that break credit over the next tonight and tomorrow night. Game 7 on in the background. ALCS Game 7, exciting. This is it. Seattle jumped out to an early 1-0 lead. And the Blue Jays are sending up their first few batters. Right, yeah, the end of, you know, I mean, that's the way the world has been trending, Gilo. Some of the biggest apps in the world are viewed on vertical video. That's the trend now until it goes back to horizontal video, which I'm sure it will someday. Here is Zach McKinstry. Red auto for the Dodgers. Dodgers edition of Zach McKinstry. That's going to go to Eugene and the Dodgers. That is 12 out of 99. Blue Mike Trout will ship, but it's not numbered. The straight blue and straight red are not numbered unless they're autographed. Here's Jonathan Stevens to 75. Right, you see the Carlos Correa not numbered. Jonathan Stiver will go to DY and the White Sox. Here's Tucker Davidson, rookie auto. For the Braves, that's going to go to Sean. Last spot mojo. Strikes again. 70% of the time, last spot mojo hits all the time. There's Alejandro Kirk. He had a really nice season. Rookie silver. Blue Jays. Trying to send his team to the World Series. It's a good time to get this guy here. That's going to go to DY and the Blue Jays. Jason pulled you a Jazz Nebula from what set? Here is Taylor Jones, 64 out of 100. Oh, from 2021 Prism? That's not too shabby either. This is Shohei pitching Altuve red wave to 99 for the Astros. That'll be for Daniel. Blue Sandy Koufax, Mookie Betts. Lime green Walker Buehler to 125. I think he's a free agent after, I think he's a free agent this season, right? He was only on a one-year deal and then was traded to the Phillies. I don't know how many appearances he made for the Phils. Here's a Lewin Diaz autograph, rookie auto for the Marlins. That's going to be for Sean. I wonder if the Dodgers would take a flyer on him, turn him into a reliever or something like that. They're always good about, you know, figuring out the mechanics, fixing pitchers, reclamation projects. Vladimir Jr. is on a heater. There's a Ronald Acuna Jr. to 199, Ha-Seong Kim. All right, let's get one more of these going here. And you still got a little time to vote in our YouTube chat poll. Who's going to win Game 7 tonight? For the rights to face the big bad Dodgers. .57% are on the Blue Jays. And they've got runners at first and second. One out, bottom of the first, so a lot of action in the first inning here. A lot of action on the base pass. Alejandro Kirk could put one in the seats. It's got a little pop in that bat. I think before the game started, the Blue Jays money line was minus 130. So they were the slight favorites. I think that converts to like a 57-ish% chance, winning percentage chance, and then the Mariners were plus 110. So a little under a 50% chance of winning is what the implication is. I'm not sure what the live line is right now, though. All right. Next box. There's a Taylor Trammell to 199. And here's Trevor Rogers, rookie autograph for the Marlins. Sean with the fish. And we've got this. Lava Flow? Juan Soto? It's got to be a short print or a case hit, right? It's going to go to Oliver in the National. This is still Nationals edition of Juan Soto. Yeah, he does kind of bounce a little bit when he sets, right? Just kind of make it look like he's a little nervous. I mean, this is probably one of the biggest games he's pitched in his entire life, right? There's Brady Singer. Rookie autograph for the Royals. That's going to go to Daniel with Kansas City. That is the case hit, Oliver's saying. Nice. There you go, Oliver. Case hit. And here is a Daz Cameron to 149 for Detroit. And that's going to go to Daniel. Right, another half of this box. And then we'll get into Boys of Summer. And then the break credit. Here's the Crone Zone. Jay Cronenworth, 99. Here's Robin Yount to 125. For DY and the Brew Crew, the Cronenworth will go to Daniel and the Padres. Should be one more auto in here somewhere. Well, that's through. Joey Votto to 60. Blue Jays just tied it up. And there's the auto, and it's Devi Garcia, 22 out of 35. Snakeskin autograph for Eugene and the Yankees. Alan's looking for some A's. Yeah, this is where you want to see the A's, 2025 stuff. All right, so that was 2021 Prism Baseball. Here's 2025 Boys of Summer. There's my blank card that I like to use down here. So we'll slow play the hits a little bit. Here is Matt Shaw to 175 for the Cubbies. That's going to go to Daniel. Kyle Teal to 99. That'll be for DY and the White Sox. Travis Bazzana, Cleveland, this is for you to 249, also for DY. And we got a Dylan Cruz rookie card, 135 out of 249. That will be for Oliver and the Nationals. All right, the relic and then autos. Here is Pudge, Ivan Rodriguez, Detroit edition, 32 out of 99. Pastime materials going to Daniel and the Tigers. Daniel Tiger. All right, autos, good luck. Here is Adam Dunn, 57 out of 75, fan favorites autograph. DY and the Redlegs. And then we've got Brock Porterhouse State, 91 out of 199, Boys of Summer autograph. That'll go to Sean and the Rangers. And here is Evan Carter, another Ranger, 35 out of 99, out of 49 that is. Evan Carter, American Glory autograph. All right, another one here. Then we'll do Eminent. We'll close out with the autograph baseball, which we'll do a little trivia. And then give away that break credit. We've got a redemption on the bottom as well. All right, good luck. Here is Jace Young. Josh's brother to 175, Tigers, and it'll be for Daniel. We got James Tibbs III, 18 out of 99, Giants edition. It'll be for Daniel. Leo DeVries to 249. It's going to go to Daniel and the Padres. And the Josué Gonzalez to 249. That's another one for Daniel and the Giants. All right, the relic is Manny Ramirez, 53 out of 99. Piece of the glove, looks like. It's going to be for DY and the Boston Red Sox. Here is Tom Glavine, 11 out of 18, right on the sweet spot. That looks like Atlanta edition. Yeah, Braves edition. Going to Sean, last spot mojo. And back here is Andrew Jones. Another one for the Braves, 64 out of 99. There you go, Sean. And the redemption, I think, is this team. Yeah, still with that team. It is former first round pick, late first round pick. It is Dylan Head, Prospect Materials Signatures Hollow Silver. Marlins. That's going to go to Sean. He was drafted by the Padres with the 25th overall pick in 2023. And then a year later, he was traded to the Marlins with Jacob Marcy, Nathan Martorella, and Woosup Go for Luis Arias and cash. Sean with the Marlins, with Miami. All right. Let's see what we have in this Eminent. If you like this Eminent design, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Eminent football on the site. We got a full case pick your team and a half case random team. All right, good luck, everybody. We have O'Neal Cruz. That's nice. That is Daniel with the Buccos. Nice, great photography here. Love the photography. 46 out of 99. All the authentication stuff is back here as well. All right, now the baseball. All right, we have a active baseball player. A youngster as well, only 21 years old, from Venezuela. Bats right, throws right, lifetime 272 batting average, 42 homers, 157 runs batted in, and 43 stolen bases. I just finished my second year. An outfielder, highly touted outfielder. And signed a big deal with this team. 8 years, $82 million before he really even had a major league start. Yep, Oliver's got it. Jackson Churio. And that'll be for DY and the Brew Crew. I think his auto goes that way. Let's look up Jackson Churio's auto. Yeah, I think this is exactly the way it goes. Got all the authentication stickers on the back right here. Nice. All right, now let's flip back over here to the list. There's one more hit left, and that's the $500 of break credit. So let's see who's going to win that. If you bought an even number of teams, it's alphabetized by your first names. Half of that become entries. So DY bought 10 teams. That's 5 entries. Daniel got 10 teams. That's 5 entries. Eric Houston got 2 teams. That's an entry. Eugene won 2 teams. That's an entry. And Sean got 4 teams. That's 2 entries. That's only 14 entries of the possible 15. So it's slightly better odds for everybody in this group here. Let me just make sure I got everyone. We got DY. We got Daniel. Eric, Eugene, and Sean. Let's roll it, randomize it. 2 and a 5, 7 times. Lucky 7. Top name after 7 gets the break credit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7th and final time. It's Daniel. After 7, congrats to you. Break credit going your way. Remember, we're moving to a new platform on Thursday. Tonight and tomorrow night are the only times we'll be live on YouTube, and then we'll be switching platforms on Thursday. We'll be off on Wednesday. So I would encourage you to use this as quickly as possible on the website. So I think we'll be able to roll over some break credit, but it might be a little bit of a hassle. So if you want to avoid the trouble, then I would just go ahead and use it tonight and tomorrow night. Congrats, Daniel. Thank you, everyone, for watching, for breaking with us. We got another baseball mixer where you can win some break credit, so get after it. I'm Joe, and I'll see you next time for the next break. Bye. All right, done and done. Also, speaking of this baseball mixer, here's what we're going to do with this. All right, so we're going to give you a little haircut on the impeccable baseball. We're going to go 15% off the remaining teams. That's a really good deal. And the discount will be automatically applied at checkout. And that's the last impeccable mixer. We're not going to be able to post anymore. So we're down to our last 2024 box. So hopefully that'll move the needle for some people here. Let's send Daniel his gift card code. All right, Daniel, your break credit is sent. Yeah, Oliver kind of got that right away, huh? I said 21-year-old Venezuelan outfielders, and it was like, bang, Jackson Curio.
something to get. Lawn care is not a hobby. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm just trying to be honest with you. Watching it is true. It's not a play. Hey, let's give it up for that guy. Watching TV, not supervising it. Sit down. Yes, I'm on Broadway. They say GOP wants to meet us. It's a shortcut. It's science. After kids, it's in medicine. GOP wants help me lose 30 pounds. One app to hit my goals. This is healthcare. This is growth. I'm Serena Williams. I'm a real
T-Mobile has the best. That's why there's no other place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro and oh, is this big enough? We should have used lights better. And that's beautiful. I would ever run. And it worked. I should dance.
Yes, at T-Mobile, get the incredible iPhone 17 Pro on us. The best network. No more coffee for a second.
Really?
Fried food fun for hard companies. Sink your teeth into new Monster Ready like we can.
There you go, Oliver. I like it. Oliver taking advantage of the 15% off gets the Cubs and Rangers in our last impeccable baseball mixer. And gets Tigers and Brewers. Excellent. All right, so who wants to put in the work alongside Oliver? Who wants to get this into single digits? 12 left. $15% off the remaining teams. Take advantage of that. Buy at least 2 and you get an entry for break credit. All right, if you want to get a little haircut, get the $50 Braves, $50 Orioles, $50 Astros, $50 Phillies for impeccable. Those aren't bad prices. $50 Cardinals, right? Minus the 15% off. If you want a steeper discount, get some of the bigger teams. Get the $130 Reds. Get the $150 Pirates. 15% off. And that's the last of that break. We don't have any more to post after that.
This is the thing. If you put it higher, the ball will hit higher.
All right, Stephen K is going to help out. Royals, Cardinals in the impeccable baseball. Gets it down to 10. Now I'll tell you what, I am getting a little hungry, but if we sell this out in the next 15 minutes, I'll do it before my dinner break. So you decide. You can choose what I do. Am I going to eat dinner in 15 minutes, or are we doing impeccable baseball? You tell me. $15% off the remaining teams.
The second game is so late tonight.
7 o'clock is kind of late, huh? That's like 10 o'clock on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Julio Rodriguez, solo homer.
It's looking like the Dodgers are going to be playing the Mariners.
2-1. We'll see.
Fourth
It's only,
homer this postseason?
it's only the third inning, though.
Oh, I didn't see the Blue Jays score. Can I eat one of these?
The sunflower seed shells? Yeah, absolutely. I saved them for you. Improve grip strength.
It doesn't go around here.
That's what Nick said.
What do you need to improve your grip strength for?
I don't know. Like I'm ripping packs. I'm playing guitar. You gotta have strong forearms. Yeah.
It's actually incredible how much stronger my right arm is than my left. It's because I broke my left arm.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That would work.
I'm going to the gym right now for the first time in like 10 months. See how that goes. Every time I try, I go too hard and then I can't lift my arm.
That's the worst part.
Yeah.
It is like you got all this energy. You're like your adrenaline's up. It's like I'm gonna working out. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna. And then like you're like I'm so effing sore and I don't want to work out all week.
Well, the worst part, like when you get injured or like if you haven't gone in a long time, is like you don't just like pick up where you left off. Like you don't just go back to the same weights.
You have to build yourself back up. You need like a trainer to be like, here's your training program.
I made the mistake of Saturday night while hammered, committing to. Well, it's not a mistake. I should be going, but I've committed to this. You know, getting healthy and stuff.
You just had a revelation.
Well,
You were just
more of an intervention.
more of an intervention. I kind of I need to ramp back up physical activity as well.
I'm still gonna, or like tomorrow, I'm gonna have to get a bowl because I can't have too many carbs.
So you're gonna have to get a what?
A bowl.
A bowl
Yeah.
to put stuff in?
No, like they do like bowls, like Jersey.
Like a
I'm just kidding. No.
No, I was gonna say no. You're not getting a Jersey Mike's bowl. That's dumb. We can get like a wheat. We can get wheat bread. That's healthier than the starchy white bread if you're interested in health. Jersey Mike's hates us though. He never gets our order. Right.
Never.
Maybe once. Yeah, maybe once.
Chance.
Is there another Jersey Mike's close by? Wait, do I owe you a Coke now because I unjinxed it?
They only have Pepsi. That's the problem.
It's the only problem with Jersey Mike's. You know, there's one next to the In-N-Out on Sky Park in Crenshaw.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll try that one, even though it's further away.
It's not even this. Yeah, it's like this one is just literally across the street. It's not even worth it.
I've been kind of sold on. Someone was saying Baba's Deli
I've heard of it.
is really good, but I don't know. This MFer closes shop at 6 o'clock.
Oh, really?
Like, this guy doesn't want to make money. Now I think it's a front. I think it's like a tax front, it's like a tax haven for like
Maybe it's like a lunch spot.
for the mob. Okay, yeah, maybe, I guess. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. They don't want dinner crowd. They're just like, forget it. At least go to 8.
Maybe they don't have a big enough staff.
Maybe their sandwiches are so good, all their fresh meat, they're like done
Yeah.
by 6.
Well, my roommate who used to work at Jersey Mike's, he's like, a lot of times if you get Jersey Mike's like later in the day, like the meat's like it's not as fresh.
Well, yeah. These sandwiches do look pretty good at Baba's Deli.
The New York Deli, actually that's not that far. New York Deli is delicious.
New York Deli?
Look up New York Deli, they're massive. Like the sandwiches are huge.
Use a different spot here.
But it's more like beef dips and stuff. They have everything, but I like the beef dip.
Oh, this one right here
Yeah.
on Crenshaw and whatever that street is,
Yeah.
Sepulveda. I do love a good French dip sandwich.
I love French dips.
Oh my God, should we get French dip sandwiches?
Corned beef French dip. So that's what I get.
Now I kind of want it right now. Like, why did I bring food from home? All right, I'll see you tomorrow, Mike. Deluxe sandwiches, New York High sandwiches, triple decker sandwiches, Reuben's, bagels, grilled favorites. The soft drinks aren't out of control prices. They get you on soft drinks. Oh man. Kind of expensive, but I'm gonna go with it. That is username Mike, Chilo, in the background. That's right, Sportport. Men talking meats. There's Sportport, by the way, taking advantage of the 15% off. Orioles and Braves. That's an entry for break credit. We are down to 8. And at the 15-minute mark, if we sell it out by then, I'll do the break. That's our last of this impeccable as well. We don't have any more impeccable boxes, and we're trying to clear out the site because tonight and tomorrow are our last 2 nights of the YouTube show. We'll be off on Wednesday, and then we'll start anew on Thursday on our new platforms. We're pretty excited about it, actually. I think it'll shake things up, freshen things up a little bit. Yeah, Sportport, I know a lot of people are used to the YouTube, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a transition. You'll still be able to watch us on Whatnot or eBay Live. I don't think it's going to be a hard transition. But yeah, it is the end of an era for YouTube, though. I think so. I actually haven't seen him in a little bit, but he'll figure it out. Everyone will figure it out. We'll be sending out social media posts and we'll be sending out all of that and email blasts and everything. Everyone will know. We'll probably use this website as sort of a landing page You know, that'll have like, you know, links to our new platforms and, you know, the updated schedule and all that sort of stuff. So once again, 8 left, 15% off. I can break this impeccable and give away that break credit before my dinner break if you like. It's like a 10-minute break, so it's not going to take too much of our time if you want to finish it off right now. Reds, Astros, Dodgers, Yankees, Phillies, Pirates, Padres, Nationals. So take those prices, take 15% off. That's a nice little haircut, especially on the bigger teams. And we can get this break going. It'll be weird seeing Rex outside of YouTube. He shows up on Fanatics live stream too, every once in a while, and Instagram. I mean, it'll be weird seeing all of you guys on a different platform. But yeah, I think in the long run, the switch should be. Well, listen, at the very least, you know, we'll do just as much as we did on YouTube, on the YouTube stream, but the other platforms give us a higher ceiling. YouTube really, for being on their live stream, providing hours of content, they really don't do anything for us. But the other more hobby-specific platforms, I think, makes a little more sense for us, and you know, there's, you know, marketing incentives and other things that they can offer us to help us out. They're more willing to do that. I think Whatnot, or I don't know, I think maybe both platforms are a little more willing to be like, hey, here's some discounts that you can send out. Here's some merch that we're going to give you that you can use to give away to your audience, and we'll promote you on our website. You know, eBay Live has a pretty deep email list. So I mean that stuff is going to be helpful too. So as we kind of build up those channels, I think it'll be better for us in the long run. We hope, knock on wood. At worst, you know, it'll be status quo. But I think in the long run it'll be good for us and you. More audience means breaks sell out a little bit more quickly. People are more engaged. You know, get a lot more work done. Try to send you a lot more hits. Yeah, I will too. I have to admit that the chatting on the YouTube is a little bit more easy than maybe on some of the other vertical platforms. We gotta pivot. We gotta pivot with the times. Don't want things to get too stale and shake things up a little bit. You know, but I think it'll be good. People have adjusted from us being on breakers.tv 10 years ago. They were able to follow us from there to YouTube. We probably changed the website like 3 or 4 times. People had to re-register the site a few times, 3 or 4 times over the last 11 years. So I know that you will be nimble enough to pivot with us. All right, any other takers on Impeccable? I'll probably pop that Impeccable into a random number block when I come back.
Fees or commissions, because that's how he buys
With schizophrenia, it can feel like your symptoms decide what you do and who you can be. If you show symptoms, be bold and ask for help.
Sure we can, Terry. You just have to find us on eBay Live and whatnot. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, YouTube really hasn't, right? All the other sort of hobby-specific channels, you know, platforms have you know, have their own reps that, you know, will have their own reps that will reach it, that will work with all of the sellers, and they do a really, nowadays especially, they do a really good job at that. Oh, you can, Terry. Instagram has been around for a long time. That's a vertical platform. You can do it. I know you can.
The number one pharmacist recommended vitamin and
You know, I'd be surprised if YouTube really did anything. I think they're just so big that, you know, they're just so big that I think that we'd be a drop in the bucket, and Breakers will be a drop in the bucket for them. Do you do eBay, Terry? Do you sell stuff on eBay?
Really sharpen it up without, you know, a good fastball, locating it pretty well. Secondary is just throwing a good spot on, so it seems to be settling into a good pace right now. Next man, next man. Just have to choose for
Well, it's eBay Live is all baked into it, so it'll be pretty easy to follow us on eBay Live. I'll be there. That's where I'll be mostly 3 nights out of my 5. Now, I believe in you, Terry. I know you'll find us on eBay Live. You're already going to be on eBay anyway. We're probably just a couple clicks away. All right, so before I step away for dinner, here's another little thing for you guys. 25% off the remaining teams in Eminent. Pick your team, 3. So let's make sure that's, so if you get the bills, add to cart should be automatic. Bang. Now the $30 bills, $129 bills are now under $100. I will miss showing off my spreadsheet skills, Chilo. All right, so 15% off the remaining teams in Impeccable Baseball, 25% off the remaining teams in Eminent Football, the 10 box, the full case pick your team break. So some incentives for you. I'm going to take my dinner break now. I'll be back by the top of the hour. And I'll be back for breaks there. Another note, if we don't, by the time I come back, if we don't see any more teams moving in Impeccable Baseball, I'm going to pop that into a filler, some sort of like probably a random number block. So just keep that in mind. Any team that you grab will help the filler be a little less expensive. All right, so once again, 8 left in Impeccable Baseball, 15% off the remaining teams. Gonna go into a filler after my dinner break, so any team that you take right now will be very helpful in making that random number block a little less expensive. All right, or we may accidentally sell it out straight up, which would also be nice. Another discount here is off the Eminent. So 25% off. The remaining, typing this in the chat, remaining teams in Eminent Football. Discount automatically applied in the cart. This might also be another good candidate for a filler if we can get this into single digits. Or well into single digits. That would be helpful as well. Remember, tonight and tomorrow night are our last nights on YouTube. We'll be dark on Wednesday, and then we'll be going live on Thursday on our new platforms. I think Thursday we'll be on eBay Live. I think I'll be on eBay Live. In fact, if you go to our eBay account right now, so just go to ebay.com or go to your eBay app and search for us, Jaspy's Case Breaks. You can start bidding on your Topps Chrome basketball teams for Thursday. What's exciting about that is that that's Topps Chrome basketball, fully licensed Topps Chrome basketball. So that should be pretty exciting. And with, I think the first games of the basketball season are starting tomorrow. So that should be pretty exciting. Another basketball campaign happening. Lakers fans out here cautiously optimistic, but brand new season, which should be exciting, and brand new rookies to chase. So you can start bidding on those right now, and they'll be breaking on Thursday. All right, thanks everyone. Be right back. Grab your teams. Let's sell out some of those mixers. second half of the show. And no orders, huh? No one's impressed with the break credit or with the discount. Well, listen, I'll give it a few more minutes before I officially put impeccable into a random number block and the eminent into a random number block. Start pricing that out right now. You know what, maybe I'll give it a few more moments. Maybe I'll put some bat signals out on X. Maybe that'll give it a little bit extra time. So maybe this will move the needle for some people here. As always, if you want to help us out in a different way, you can follow us on X, share that post with your friends and followers, and let them know that we are ready to break. Hopefully some people will take advantage of those discounts. So let's get it going, folks. Let's get those breaks across the finish line. Oh no, what happened, Terry? What happened to Mike Evans? Oh yeah, this game is, I don't know if the Buccaneers are coming back from that. I got knocked out of the game.
Yes,
I feel like, Terry, you need to announce all of your picks before the game happens, so we know, we can prepare.
this is healthcare. This is
Speaking of injuries, I feel like that Jaden Daniels injury could have been a lot worse, but it turns out it's only like a hamstring issue. I guess that's a good thing. Big Dumper did get the homer. So Seattle's up 3-1, bottom of the sixth. So they're, I mean, this game's not over yet, not by a long shot. Toronto's got the bottom of the sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. So they got some outs. They can just keep that within that 2-run range. Seattle, on the other hand, definitely want to add insurance runs. Game 7s are always exciting. So at the bottom of the hour, which should be plenty of time for people to make a decision on impeccable or eminent, but at the bottom of the hour, I'm going to pop those breaks into a filler. So if you want to take advantage of those discounts on an individual team, now is the time to act. 25% off. Since we announced that maybe about 30, 40 minutes ago, not a single person has taken a team. But take a team, right? Even if it's the $34 Ravens, take 25% off the Ravens. Or if you want a steeper dollar discount, right, grab the $300 Patriots. In a full case, $300 Patriots, 25% off, $75 off the sticker price, which I think has got to be which has got to be nice. Right, so you can take a little haircut off a team or a big haircut off a big team. Point is, 25% off any team that you take will help the filler be a little less expensive. And same concept with impeccable baseball. That mixer right there is in single digits. 15% off the remaining teams, right? $200 Yankees minus 15% off. Or you can take a smaller team. You can take like the $50 Phillies and the $50 Astros, take the 15% off, and that gives you an entry for break credit. Remember, take advantage of those discounts, 25% off eminent football, the remaining teams, and 15% off the remaining teams in impeccable. Buy at least a couple teams in impeccable at the 15% off, and you got an entry for break credit. Remember to buy at least an even number of teams. All right, we got an order coming in. We've got something from Sean. Nice, who picks up the Phillies and Astros. Phillies and Astros in the impeccable mixer. So that cuts it down to the final 6 teams. Remember, at the bottom of the hour, I'm gonna put both Eminent and the impeccable mixer into a random number block. So hopefully that'll get those breaks across the finish line. Jeez. George Springer. Breaking hearts. Oh my God. There you go, Sean. Thank you. And Coppola snags 2 teams, Bengals and Miami in Eminent. Bengals and Dolphins and the pick your team taking advantage of the 25% off. And there's Eric Houston also taking advantage of the 25% off, gets the Saints. Nice, no takers on the impeccable. Everyone's waiting for the random number block, so I will oblige. Wow, what a... Wow.
It's not the World Series, but a Joe Carter jacket, he'd be wearing that jacket. Now, that jacket has had the biggest moment of the year.
Wow. Yeah, he is pretty clutch in the playoffs. There you go, Terry. Nice. George Springer. Man. I know, right? Still have PTSD from like his Astros days. So I know the feeling. Yeah, I mean, Mariners really have to do their best. I mean, the crowd's rocking. They got to do their best to. They got to do their best to not have this game get out of control. I want extra innings. What's the live odds on extra innings? We have 4 days rest before L. Yeah, I would think that they wouldn't leave until tomorrow, right? If they hang on to win. I mean, this game's not close to being over. If they keep this within just a single run. This is Game 7 magic right here. Love it.
Again, the Mariners did. You said it. Talking about the Williams has not pitched in this series off of the off. And that will be the question. If Seattle does not win, fair or not, that will be the question that is going to be asked. Let's not forget, it's to lead off George Springer, one of the great postseason hitters in a generation, has launched a 3-run home run to turn this game upside down. It is 4-3 Blue Jays. They now are 6 outs for their first World Series in 32 years. Here we go. All right. Who won't believe where I am? Who won't believe where I am?
T-Mobile now has the best network. How will you use it?
Sorry about that.
You know what?
Like to try the monster menu?
I'm not going to do a random number block for this because there's break credit on the line. I'm going to change that up actually. I'm going to make it a team giveaway.
Colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible.
Because that way you can have a chance to win break credit. So I'm going to do that differently.
Many people experience
I think I'll use another Topps Chrome baseball box. How about that?
some saw 100% visible
I'm just thinking out loud here.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Tremfya now offers self-administration from the start. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
No, I think it's got to be Joe Carter, right? And that actually won a World Series, isn't it?
The cold water, cold filtered, cold
But probably one of the biggest at bats. If this whole scoreline holds, probably the biggest at bat in recent Blue Jays history. That's for sure.
Sometimes when you feel like it's all your resume, and the jobs you do find are just bad fit. What's this? Indeed Career Scout, your personal career coach. Can you find jobs tailored to you?
I think I know we have more of those.
You'll be conceived for all your skills. Well, the future of job searching has arrived. Try it at D.com/Career Scout.
Takes on the dangerous UCLA. It's Big News Saturday on Fox. George Springer has launched a 3-run home run to give the Blue Jays the lead. This place is going absolutely bananas. Chris Benson's on the pitch. Here's Arena. Leads off and bounces the first one to the Mariners. Great pitch. We settle into an unfamiliar situation here for Chris Benson. Starting pitcher for the Blue Jays on the season, working out of the pen here in the playoffs. His first appearance out. An encouraging one. 1 2/3 did not give up a hit in game 2. Now Suarez. Here in game 4. Takes a shot. Funky delivery, change of speed, slow breaking ball.
All right, so our last Impeccable Baseball mixer I pulled the 6 remaining teams out, bundled them up into this blaster box. We're giving away 7 blaster box spots as well, so we're only selling 23 of the 30 spots outright. That sells out our last Impeccable Baseball mixer. If you win 2 teams, yes, that does become entries for break credit. So if you win 2 teams, yes, that does become break credit entries. Wow, that's a 1, 2, 3, 8th. Could still be some drama. Mariners could still make something happen. All right, so if someone wants to get us started here, that's the filler for Impeccable Baseball. Give that a shot.
Now that's stepping up your game. Catch the game like never before with AI from Google Cloud.
And we did get some people getting this Eminent a little less expensive, so we appreciate that.
What is happening?
Welcome to the Running Man.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that opens up a world of possibilities. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. And turn all of your purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits and a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Yeah, geez. So yeah, if those hotel rooms in the center field of the Rogers Center in Toronto, if they were 4,500 Canadian for the ALCS, I wonder what prices were for tonight.
Yes, I'm on a road. GLP-1s helped me lose 31 pounds. This is healthcare. This is growth. I'm Serena Williams, and I'm a real Grow member.
This is a meal. The melty ciabatta dipper is so delicious, they have you dipping in sync meal. Wait. The fan favorite ciabatta dippers are back. It just feels
It's
good.
good for business for them, that's for sure.
I thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life, get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. Surfro, like it never even happened.
Yeah, Major League Baseball might not allow a sweep in the World Series.
You look at the wins in this postseason for the Jays, to your point, John, about them being more than just where you out the ball. In the wins in the postseason, they have 17 home runs in 6 games. In the 4 losses, what happens? That power goes away. They have 2 home runs. It's just the biggest part of the Eagles is anything else. They win this part of the Eagles. This was great running, and he did Robles. I want you to watch. He looked like he was going to score, and that split second is all Robles needed. Okay, he's going to slow down and stop the close up, and then he gets it. In press motion, you can't see it as much as we saw up here. And he did a great job. Just a little pause, and then he takes off the right field. And the second is probably not more than that was too late. Toronto Blue Jays. Relentless pressure at the plate.
All right, so I bundled up the remaining teams in Eminent and put it into a random number block, and I rolled over that 25% off. So give that a shot. And this, we have a nice little giveaway here. There you go. Sean gets the first spot in the impeccable baseball mixer. Filler. And Eric gets the, oh. You know what? Hang on, don't buy that yet. Eric got the Ravens, so I gotta reprice this. Eric has made that filler just slightly less expensive. Well, that's a huge double play.
Once again, it's the bottom of the Blue Jays lineup that teamed up. The Osprey and the big swing, but it was Farger that walked in. His technical effort is the same as the swing. Biggest difference between these teams. I just think everything we talked about at the beginning is all come through. There was going to be a moment, we had our moment. There's going to be one that's forgettable. There's one possibly forgettable. The 9th inning is coming up soon. Reverse, Robles, with Romney if they get done. I almost think they're going to pitch here. For Robles, maybe Cavs on. If it does look like Hoffman's going to come in. It's going to be hard for Hoffman.
All right. So 25% off the Eminent. I took out the Ravens because Eric Houston just bought them outright. So made that a little less expensive. So someone get us started there. That sells out that break. And that filler sells out that break right there. Down to 22.
The European accent gave it.
No way, it's the Geico Gecko. This guy knows prospect. 64 across is good. Thank you. Get more supporters that have your spell forgotten. Get more with Geico. Don't go in there. Don't go in there.
Is it over?
For the event, it's
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from dealer.
All right, so some specials tonight.
I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Verizon it is. Anyone can bring their AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal.
Isn't Verizon expensive?
No. Better deal, best 5G network.
So maybe we can get something going by the 15-minute mark. 15 minutes past the hour. We've got the blaster box down a spot. Now we're only selling 23 of the 30 spots outright, so we're giving away 7 blaster box spots, giving away 6 teams. If you win 2 teams, that is an entry for break credit in this impeccable baseball mixer, which is the last of that mixer. The Eminent Football is in a 10-team random number block. 10 spots left, and I rolled over that 25% off the pick your teams, added that to the this break, to the number block spots as well. So instead of $137, you can take a nice almost $35 haircut. That's a really nice deal. A nice $35 haircut off that. And sells out that full case break. Who wants to get it done?
At least you can get a deal on new shorts for dinner. Something college.
You know what? F it. Let's make this 25% off too.
Forever, there's only been one Frosty. 'Cause
We might be able to cancel a filler that way as well.
mix-ins like Oreo cookies or Pop-Tarts pieces. That's not what Gino's notion like. For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
There you go, 25% off. That's pretty nice. We could probably end up canceling a filler if you take advantage of that. So that's got to move the needle for some people here. I know we got an exciting half inning here, top of the 9th, but yeah, there we go. George picks up 4 in the impeccable baseball mixer filler. I mean, the Seattle's guys, 8-9 guys, has to turn over the lineup. It's going, Eric. Appreciate your orders, man. I'm also we're gonna find out who my Dodgers are gonna host. Or actually, if they're Blue Jays, when the Dodgers have to go to Toronto, I think. Sure, I'm sure a lot of Dodgers players watching this game as well. Yeah, the Blue Jays had 94 wins, Dodgers had 93 wins. Yeah, me too, Eric. It's an end of an era. But the start of a new era on eBay Live and whatnot. I think it's going to be a pretty easy transition for most of you. Yeah, our stream hours will not change. Just where we're streaming is going to change. So I'll still be here 3 to 11, Sunday through Thursday. We'll have an official schedule posted soon. But we're starting this Thursday. I think this Thursday I'll be on eBay Live. In fact, if you go to eBay, find us Jaspy's Case Breaks, you'll see auctions running right now for Topps Chrome basketball that you can bid on right now. But on the other platforms, you'll still be able to hang out with me, chat with me, watch the games with me, get into breaks, all that good stuff. Nice, you already bid on a couple, excellent. Yeah, I mean, I love the YouTube streaming platform, but you know, a lot more like hobby specific buying platforms have emerged over the years, and that has grown to be a lot more popular over the years. You know, so that's just the fact of the matter. And YouTube, you know, eBay Live and whatnot, they all have, we're assigned like a rep that'll take care of our account, that'll make sure we're marketed properly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they give us all these, like, you know, give us all these extras, right? But I think YouTube doesn't do that. They're not helping our live stream. You know, they're not directing, you know, they're not directing any of their marketing efforts to support the hobby. So kind of had to make that change. Yeah, you know, I'll be honest with you, Eric. Remember we did Whatnot for a little bit many years ago, and then it wasn't for us. So we left the platform. But a lot has changed, at least in the back end. A lot has changed over the years. And so on a platform perspective, yeah, we're more comfortable being back on there again. But yeah, I mean, forget about the other guys on Whatnot. You can just stick with us. Simple as that. I hope, listen, the way we're thinking of it, at the very least, at the worst, we'll do the same amount of business as we've been doing, you know, but we definitely see more of a ceiling though, because we'll be catering to more hobby specific audience, and we have a platform that's willing to help us as well. But I think so. I think that's where a lot of online platforms are trending, taxes and shipping. This could be a moment for J-Rod. I hope so too. Especially with all those teams bundled up into that random number block and 25% off, that's got to move the needle for somebody. If someone wants to get us started on that. Wow, congrats to the Blue Jays. Terry thinks Dodgers sweep. What are the odds on that? That'd be interesting to see. Yeah, so the Dodgers will probably take off tomorrow morning. World Series starts on Friday. The Dodgers, knowing what they know now, they've got their bags packed. They're gonna leave Tuesday morning, probably. Get acclimated to the time Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then game time Friday. It wouldn't be too bad. Who's our ALCS MVP? George Springer? Or is that just recency bias? Should it be Vlad? There you go. Sportport, 2 spots in our last filler for Impeccable Baseball. That's a 7-spot giveaway there. Yeah, maybe George. I mean, he's had a good series too, right, George Springer? One of those two guys. All right, so Sportport got us down to 16 on this one. If anybody wants to help sell that out, we do need some help with the Eminent random number block, 25% off the spot price. So take advantage of that. Oh, you know what? Let's take a quick look at what the early betting odds are looking like. Yeah, Dodgers are heavy favorites, minus 260. So minus 260, Vegas is implying that the Dodgers are going to win 72% of the time. 72% chance of winning the World Series. Blue Jays are 215, 32% chance of winning. So at least that's what Bet Online has. All right, nice. Stephen K with a couple spots in the filler for the Impeccable mixer, which is our last Impeccable mixer. So once that updates, we should get that down to 14. There we go, updated now. Down to 14 on that one. And Bennett's going to get us going on the Eminent random number block, or the Eminent random team filler. And the full spots in that Eminent are 25% off. We got deals all over the place. Let's see, I don't know if Bet Online has that market up yet, but I'll bet the DraftKings Sportsbook might have that up. No, maybe not.
It's a blast playing for Christian Hines, and I can't wait to keep it going. You had a good look at the home run by George Springer coming up your way there.
I mean, I guess you could take, you know, these series lines right here.
Congratulations, and we will see you in the World Series. Thank you. Back to you, Joe.
And getting walking right here from the Rogers Center, it is the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, almost. I mean, if it just wasn't for that monster George Springer home run, that's going to haunt Mariners fans for a long time, I would think. Yeah, it looks like we don't have the sweep option yet. But we'll be monitoring that throughout the week. I'm sure we'll see what's going on there. All right, so it's a battle between blue teams.
What's the key to a win today, Matt? Back when I won the Heisman, don't skip work day.
Who wins the World Series, Dodgers or Blue Jays?
Wake up! It's only 6 more hours to kick off!
I think George Springer. I think Alejandro Kirk's definitely underrated. George Springer seems to be like a little frustrating during the regular season, but then kind of like Kike Hernandez kind of wakes up in the postseason and kind of comes up clutch. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So with this game just wrapping up, maybe we'll get an extra wave of people coming in. We got 25% off the Eminent random number block. Features 10 teams. It's a great deal. And then we've got this filler right here for the Impeccable down to 14. Only 30 bucks a spot. Giving away 7 blaster box spots. Giving away 16 from the Impeccable mixer. If you win 2, that does count as an entry for break credit.
So let us handle. Let us go through the confusion. We're not a health insurance company. We're in it for you. Because we are you.
I think Teoscar's been having a pretty decent postseason. So he's kind of frustrating too, because he'll make some sort of boneheaded play in the outfield or on the base paths, but then will make up for it with a clutch extra base hit or a homer or something. So that's just, I think at this point Dodgers fans have just accepted you got to take the good with the bad and just trust him to come around. Yeah, to put Wu in that high leverage spot, he hasn't been pitching that much. Oh yeah, what's going on with that game?
It backfires as the receiver, this is the starting receiver badly. Hold on. First takeaway tonight. That's the takeover.
All right, so Seahawks are up 14-0, but Texans just got a turnover, so let's see if they can scratch their way back into the game. A lot of time left.
At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
All right, we got to root for Eric Houston's Charbonnet, Barner props, Schultz props.
Where are you going?
Terry already hit the Jackson Smith and Jigba, but anytime touchdown prop, nice.
Follow me with a second cart. Let's roll, Dad. Shop Kohl's lowest prices of the season. Find teas that last, home essentials, jeans, and more at Kohl's and Kohl's.com.
So, guys, what can I get you?
So this is the closest to filling, by the way, if anybody wants to fill this up, and then we can start pivoting towards the other stuff on the site. So 14 left in the filler. This is the last of the Impeccable. And remember, this is the second to last night. Will be on YouTube. We'll be dark on Wednesday, and then we'll be relaunching anew, like the Phoenix from the Ashes. We'll be relaunching on Thursday. What's up, Grizzlebees? So get into something tonight. Or tomorrow night, but definitely tonight. You can kind of notice that we're trying to clear out the site a little bit, kind of clean it up. Anything that doesn't sell out by tomorrow night, we'll probably just cancel and refund, but we do want to have a nice little send-off and try to send you some nice hits from the YouTube stream.
And the Knicks are high for the New York fans this season. 9:30 Spurs and Mavericks. Play Spurs regular season game at home for the Mavericks. NBA tip-off. Purdy, Kenny, Charles, and Shaq at 6 o'clock Eastern.
I think this is a great option right here. That's almost full.
The takeaway.
prevents a Seattle scoring opportunity. And gets football back to score.
Yeah, tomorrow will be the last night, but yeah, it was a good run. But I think we need to adapt, just like any good business. You got to adapt through all the market changes.
Looked like that's going to be a play action shot. It's going backwards.
That's 19 yards now when there are 17 plays.
Finally got the quarterback under center, but they had to throw a screen. It's just, they got to get some positive yards, some chunk plays going down the field.
So the expression of Nick Haley, nothing's worked tonight. The slant, that works. Fighting out near the first down. As Nico Collins came.
But it was a great run, an end of an era, that's for sure. But we're excited to look forward to the dawn of a new era.
We have to track that guy. Popovich said everything's happening inside right now. Pick up their Mike linebacker.
Ernest Jones, the fourth. Guy was traded twice last year. He's just a 100-tackle-a-year guy every year.
So once again, down to 14 in our last filler for the baseball mixer. Sells out the impeccable mixer. Give away the break credit, and then hopefully someone will put that towards the other remaining breaks that we got. I knew what you meant, Eric. I knew you meant Charbonnet. No, you're not, Terry, because you're gonna be on the eBay Live app. You'll follow us there. We'll be chatting there. We got to talk World Series baseball while that's happening. All right, and Terry just picked up 2 in the filler for the baseball mixer. So Terry gets us down to 12. Who wants to get us into single digits?
Yeah, you see there, they're just going to give up a gap. You see there's some mix-ups. You see, have 3 guys in one gap. The Texans exploited Woody Marks is getting downhill, taking advantage of what the defense gives them in terms of their misgapped assignments. Now they got another fresh set it down with the plus side of the 50. You got to take a shot down the field at some point. Then you get single safety and get all at once.
Parks again. The offensive line has struggled to run one. Also pass block that really reshuffled from last year. The Titus Howard, the right tackle,
All right, so here are the final 2 boxes of Impeccable. I'll show that to you right here. We have a couple more 2025 loose boxes, but it's our last 2024 box, which is why it's going to be the last mixer. And let me go grab that blaster box. We don't have an extra one here, right? Yeah, let's grab the extra blaster box.
Thomas there grabbed a hold of it.
Yeah, he definitely did. We're going back to the previous play. Get the quarterback under center. He reverses out.
Number 42 defense. Rule the ball's placed. That is not a foul. Automatic first down.
You're going to see Drake Thomas, the linebacker, coming to your picture right there. And that's going to be called all day long. I see the effect. You see the effect. We've been talking about it. You brought it up, Dan, about just how much more difficult it is to defend the passing game when the quarterback's under center. I'm telling you from a defensive perspective, they better put it under center a little bit more. Because you see how it works for them.
In the red zone now, needing a touchdown down. Couple scores. May not get too many opportunities here. Stroud escapes the pocket. it and flips it late in the flat to Chubb who dropped it.
That's the second time tonight. You know, he's done such a good job of moving in the pocket, and he's gotten the ball out before it's the equal call and dropped his first guy. And now it's pocket moving. He climbs up, he goes to escape. His vision is up, and then it's right for Chubb. It's a little bit out in front, but man, you know, Lewis, you talked about it. It's got to be CJ, but also somebody coming the ball with them to try to get out of this place. Got to be some unbelievable this is Jake. Somebody has been made
Second and 10, Stumbles coming out. And unlike before, he's not able to get up the end zone and just stay on the ground. And just when they get into the red zone, an opportunity to get the board drop or inactive. Well, I had to get on Trevor personally.
There's a right foot of the Saturday game. Sometimes that happens when you got that defensive tackle that knows that the right foot of the center's head. He's trying to stop and make a black, or step to make a block. He steps back and goes around and he gets
Can't take a sack. They're going to defend. They're in solid field goal range here. You got to get throw the ball when you got to get some points on the board here in this round. Steps up and delivers.
There it is. So this blaster box is going to help sell out that 2-box break, give away $500 of break credit, and then onwards to the to whatever's next. There you go. Eric picks up a spot in that very blaster box that we're talking about. Gets us down to 11. So we're down to 11. Matt sells out that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got about an hour and a half left in the show. Two hours and a half left in the show. I don't want to short you that hour. This is the closest to filling, and this has the most momentum next to it. So I'm going to push this. Let's get this across the finish line. Let's get it done, and then we can pivot to maybe getting that eminent random number block done. That each spot is 25% off. And we even have 25% off eminent random team spots as well. If we move those 5 spots, we can probably cancel a filler and add 5 more spots back in, kind of move it that way.
Now that's a packed show.
But momentum is here with this baseball mixer. I've got it on the table, ready to go. Right? We just got to move the final 11 spots here, give away the final 6 teams here, and then we can rip this 2-box break, and then we can pivot to something else. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who wants to get us into single digits? We're just 2 spots away from that. And I'll bet once we get it into single digits, we'll start seeing this move a little bit more quickly. So let's get that into single digits, ladies and gentlemen. 30 bucks a spot, chance to win some nice teams, and if you win at least 2 teams, right? Actually, it's not going to be top 4, it's going to be top 6. But you know what I'm saying. The top 6 will get, first of all, if you buy a spot, you got a chance at an extra blaster box spot, which gives you better odds to try to win another team. If you win 2 teams, you will be eligible for, you will get that entry for break credit at the end of the impeccable break. There you go, top 6 right there. And I mean, and you can win a nice team for a fraction of the price. More importantly, sells out the break. Very quick break. Doesn't take too long, won't take up too much of your time. All right, so we just got to move that filler box to unlock this impeccable break, give away some money. We can pivot to another break and try to get another one across the finish line. I feel like we should definitely get that impeccable break done. And I feel like with only 10 spots here at 25% off, I feel like we've got a good chance of getting that full case eminent football break, the pick your team break done. But let's worry about that later. Let's get this done right now. Let's get into single digits. 11 left. All right, there we go. Oliver is going to dive into something. Nice, gets a spot in the filler for the mixer. Now we just need one person to get a spot, get us into single digits. Who wants to be that person? Someone get us into single digits, and I can post a social media message about this and get some more eyeballs on that. Get it across the finish line.
Missed opportunities to add to the lead. They're going to get the ball in the second half. They're down 11.
As much as this is meant to be belonging and this activated the loss of BJP, it's already on this game. You're just going to see right over the center. You see how he just rushed in. I mean, oh my goodness. This thing got really what happens in the center. He just hits him with his hit.
Good block. Good block field goal by Houston. All right, I just need one person to get us down to 9, and then I will do a post on X, the Everything app. Just need one person to get one spot to get us into single digits, and I can can post on X about it. Try to get some more eyeballs on that. Just one. There you go, Coppola taking advantage of the 25% off the random teams for Eminent Football. Now, if we can get another 3 spots rolling there, I could cancel a filler. And still looking for someone to get 1 spot here to get us down to last spot mojo. And that'll trigger a social media post as well. There you go, Sportport's gonna do it. Gets 2 spots. There you go, gets us down to 8 and triggers a bunch of things here. First of all, we can declare single digit siren, we love that. And as promised, we'll put that post. All right, so hopefully that'll attract some extra eyeballs. And hopefully the people that are window shopping on the website will also notice the single digits, and we'll hopefully get that moving as well. All right, keep it going, ladies and gentlemen, keep it rolling.
doubleheader on ESPN Wednesday on ESPN. Of course, it's in the all-new ESPN app. The Knicks host the Cavaliers 7 Eastern at that top 50.
All right, single-digit siren, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to 8. You know, the sooner we can get this done, the sooner we can pivot and start focusing on a different break tonight. We're at the 41-minute mark right now, very close to the 45-minute mark. Maybe we can get something going by the top of the hour, which would be the 4th quarter of the show. So we got it down to 8. Thanks to everybody's efforts. We need to start looking for some closers. Some closers to try to get this closed out. So already a big thank you to Sean, Adam, Sportport, Stephen K, Terry, Eric, Oliver, Sportport again. They got us here. They need your help. Help them out. Just, you don't even have to grab, just grab one spot. One spot, that's all. And then we'll look for the next person to get one spot, and then the next person to get one spot, so on and so forth. Can't get to the last spot until we get to the next spot. Some more supplies here.
First game this year, we see Baker Mayfield affected by the rush. Yeah, he came in here with a lot of MVP credentials, but they pressured him. He was uncomfortable throughout. Trey just said they would define the year. All the take this game, trying to join them later tonight if they can get this second half lead home. Here is Sam, JSN. It's Houston after that late field goal down just to score. They'll get the ball coming out of the locker room. Enjoy the second half from Seattle.
NFL Red Zone is where the action is in. Because it's every game. Here we go. Every Sunday afternoon during the regular season. With up to 8 games at once. Unbelievable. Get NFL Red Zone now. Get Spectrum Sports View for only $10 more a month. Go to channel 2495 or visit spectrum.net/sports.
The We Make It Easy sales event is here. So now's the best time for a great deal on a new Corolla with its 35 mpg. Lease your Corolla for just $229 a month. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's loud, but love. Love is the majority.
This maybe is just for family, and I'd hate to see security have to escort you out.
feeling. Choose from our biggest inventory of new Toyota trucks in stock.
It's truck tour. It's brake tour.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, I'm looking for the next person. We're about 15 minutes away from the top of the hour, 15 minutes away from the start of the fourth quarter of the show. We got to get at least this thing done here. 8 left. Sells out the impeccable mixer, and if you win 2 teams, yes, you will be eligible for that $500 of break credit. So here's what's happening here. You buy a spot for 30 bucks. You might luck into another blaster box spot, so another $30 spot. You might get something nice out of the blaster box itself. And then you might end up in, your 2 spots might end up in the top 6, right? You can get Pirates and Padres, right? So you're getting some nice teams for a fraction of the price. And then that turns into one entry, and you can win that break credit. That'd be pretty awesome. That'd be a nice little return there, I think. And then plus whatever you get out of the impeccable break itself. Can all happen. It starts with you just getting 1 spot. And then crossing your fingers. And then see where we go. Now I've got the break right here on the table ready to go. So we just need to move that filler and sell out this 2-box break right there. A box of 2024 impeccable, box of 2025 impeccable. And then no more to post on that. Eight left.
bit low. Concerned about that.
Splash out there. Seattle offensive line coming off the ball. You see the tight end. You just saw you see Eric Sauber. This Texas guy drops it on the run. The end runner is locked up.
We can't be done already, can we? Not with a break this close. 8 left, and we're giving away 7 blaster box spots. We're only selling 23 of the 30 spots outright. 7 of the 23 spots are going to get extra spots in the blaster box break. That's going to help. Give you better odds to win a team. If you win 2, that is an entry for break credit, and that sells out our last break of Impeccable. Give it a shot. 8 left. Sells out the break. So there it is. Filler spots left. 8. That sells out that 2-box break right there. It's only 30 bucks a spot, not a crazy price point. Chance to win some nice teams, chance to win an extra spot. If you win an extra, buy a spot, win an extra blaster box spot, win 2 teams, that's an entry for break credit.
Very flexible, tremendous bounce. Darnold, end zone.
Eight spots left. Let's cross out some spots. Let's get that impeccable break across the finish line. Tantalizingly close. We're this close to getting a break knocked out. I mean, right now, all I need is just one person to take a spot. Let's get it down to 7. And we'll find someone to get us down to 6. Someone's get us down to 5. Someone get us down to the final 4 spots. Someone to finish off the break. But it all starts with the very next spot. Who wants to get that very next spot?
Smith scoots around the right end on the return. You guys say these borderline, what, unguardable at this point?
I mean, he's been it's amazing. Like all three phases of the down, he has been dominant. Meaning at the line of scrimmage, within the pattern still, the way he finishes on the football. He's going against high-level corners now. Hey, there's a lot more games left. I'll tell you what, so far, he is now there to do the absolute crucial corner. The way he's built, change direction he has, the skills he has. Thanks to something different. He is
CJ doesn't have a great weapon. That position of work with. Here you go, Collins has got the ball with 4 catches. Tight end starting up early at work. Billy in the field, low in front of trying to find Collins. One in coverage.
Like movies. Yeah.
Hard playing hard every day. I'll bet every game that happens. Oh, we got an order coming in, I think. All right, it's Eric Houston again with his second spot now, but gets us down to 7. We're only this many spots away from that impeccable 2-box break right here. Curtis, yeah, no more YouTube, unfortunately. We'll be moving on to eBay Live and whatnot. A couple different platforms. We'll have an official schedule over the next couple days. Yes, there will still be email blasts with codes and discount codes and coupons and stuff like that. Not sure exactly how that works, but I'm sure there's a way to do that on those platforms. I mean, we might have some. We might have some future. We're not closing. People are acting like we're done with the breaks that Joe's put out to pasture. I'm sure there could be some future Star Wars breaks on the future platforms. True. It was the OG YouTube vibes. We might. Pokemon's hot these days, Terry. I feel like this. I'll be honest with you. Things have been a little slow on the online platforms in the last month or so. Sometimes end of summer, early fall kind of gets like that. But the in-store sales have been humming. They've been carrying JASPYs. Over the last month or so, that's for sure. And a lot of those sales are coming from Pokemon. Like the amount of kids that come through here buying like, $10 pack here, $10 pack there. And the amount of adults, grown-ups who are buying like $500 hobby boxes and stuff like that. More. Crazy. I think people are on the Pokemon cycle now, Curtis. Everyone's all about the pocket monsters. Yeah, Carrie's like, I went to a card show last week, 90% Pokemon tables. That's kind of where it's at now. Yeah, we might end up selling some Pokemon.
His pass rush to get at Darnold. This time he's got plenty of time. Runs out of it. Loses the ball. It's a scramble. And it's recovered in the end zone.
You bought the box of the 151. That was it. Yeah, there are a lot of new Pokemon out there. I don't know what team just what team ends up spitting out a bunch of Pokemon. Yeah, the vintage stuff has been doing really well. A lot of people getting into that. Nice. Do you think it might do anything graded? That PSA 10, that might be pretty amazing. I feel like at some point, you were mentioning Star Wars, Curtis. I feel like at some point there'll be another Star Wars upcycle.
I'm just thinking, I'm gonna be on these other streams 2 days a week. You can play music on these other streams.
I think we can play actual music on the streams now, both eBay and whatnot, which will be awesome.
You're ready for punk.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I had a pretty awesome eclectic playlist that we had going there. Yeah, I have a couple older, like early 2000s, late 90s Pokemon cards that I wish would grade out at a 10, but I know they're not, so I'm not going to bother. But right, yeah. Who knows? The Starfighter could end up being Starfighter. Is that what it's called? I forget what it's called. That might end up being the next big thing. Ryan Gosling, the savior of Star Wars. No, I don't think so. I think much like the price of price of going to a movie. I think a lot of these things are gonna slowly trickle up in price. Wow, is that a catch? Woo!
That's as good of a throw as you could possibly make. Because Kamari Lassiter, I've watched it from the very beginning. He's in perfect position. It's just, he touches the ball. Sam can't throw a better ball. He's always open, man. Can't throw a better ball. He just barely misses it. That is beautiful execution on the part of the Seahawks. Beautiful.
Jacob over 100 receiving yards on his second catches. Good job by Darnold. He has that ball batted down, shooting off the back of the foot, spinning back around right into Anderson.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, listen, we are in the fourth quarter of the show. We're 15 minutes past the hour, well into the fourth quarter of the show. 2 hours left, a little under 2 hours left. We got 7 filler spots left. Let's cross all these out. Let's get that filler done. Let's get that impeccable going. A $10 movie membership or a chain? So what does that get you? I can't remember the last time I went to the movies. I do. I went and saw the F1 movie. In the theaters, because I felt like that was something I had to see in the theaters. You pay $12 a month, one free ticket that never expires, and every movie you get 2. What's the regular cost of a ticket at this theater? Do you get 15? Oh, that's a pretty good deal. I mean, the free ticket alone pays for itself, and then additional discounts. 20% off concessions is pretty good too. Man, I was such a noob when I went to the F1 movie at some fancy theater in Orange County with a buddy of mine, and I just wanted like a little popcorn. I got upsold basically. I didn't get a helmet. I should have gotten a helmet. I don't think they had them there. But like I definitely got upsold into a giant large popcorn, a giant large drink, a box of candy for like $1 million. And it's like, well, sir, if you're gonna go with this, you may as well just get that. And it's like, yeah, I may as well just get that. And so I got upsold, you know, paid the extra like $7 or $8 for stuff I didn't need. Like I definitely had a lot of popcorn left. Maybe I forced myself to eat all the popcorn, and then I had too much popcorn, spoiled my dinner. Way too much soda. And it's like, I didn't need like a 64-ounce, you know, Coke Zero. Which I didn't finish because I was like, I didn't want to end up going to the bathroom in the middle of the movie. It was a good movie though. 50-ish movies so far this year. That's pretty good. What are some of the movies of the year, Curtis? mean, Brad Pitt is a pretty handsome dude. The movie was actually pretty good. As usual, I've just been on streaming services catching up with some movies, or trying to catch up with some movies. And then I end up watching like the same thing I've watched like a million times. Like, you know, do I need to watch Zero Dark 30 for like the dozenth time? But you get comfortable with some movies and they become easy to put on in the background. Okay. I've heard good things about One Battle After Another. My colleague Mike JASPY saw it and he was raving about it. What are some movies that are coming up that are supposed to be really good? In VistaVision? What's VistaVision? I know IMAX. I know Dolby Atmos sound. That is with Emma Stone? Might be a remake of a Korean picture? I've heard good things about that. That kind of I think it's supposed to be a really interesting movie. Oh, I see. Is this like when, so VistaVision is that like when Tarantino did like Hateful Eight in like 70 millimeter and there's only like a handful of theaters that can actually have a screen large enough and the actual equipment to project that? They still need to watch 20 years later in general. Right, that's why it rang a bell. The most well-known film, according to Wikipedia, the most well-known film to be filmed completely in VistaVision format is Alfred Hitchcock's Vertigo. The Brutalist was, I haven't seen The Brutalist either. Brutalist, also in VistaVision. Bugonia is going to be there. And apparently Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu's next film with Tom Cruise is going to do it. Narnia is apparently going to be in VistaVision. right, and where to watch? One battle after another in VistaVision 70mm IMAX and more. Oh, so it's only the Vista Theater? So I guess Vista Theater in LA, the Regal Union Square 17 in New York, the Coolidge Corner Theater in Boston, and the Odeon Leicester Square in London are the only ones that are doing it. I think the Vista Theater is owned by Tarantino. He owns a couple movie theaters that are apparently... Yeah, I think Tarantino owns that in another theater, which I need to get out to because I think they're doing. I mean, it's all really Tarantino. You know, he bought these two like kind of dying independent movie theaters and kind of refurbished them and turned them into like these places where you can see like where Tarantino would be like, hey, I just got like the original, you know, 70mm print of some like old Western. We're gonna play it for this. We're gonna play it this month at my theater that can handle it. I think this month was like a Kill Bill double feature. What's your? I think we've discussed it before. I'm a big Christopher Nolan guy. What do we think about The Odyssey? You said you already got your ticket for next year, which will probably be a hot ticket in town once that comes around. But what are we thinking about it? The Odyssey, I feel like, is one of those. I think I read that book at uni. It's a pretty good book if you're into that sort of thing. The movie is legendary in that a lot of people say many have tried to make it a good movie. Many have not succeeded. I actually kind of like Tenet. That's a movie I frequently kind of turn on and watch and leave in the background. Right, it's just, is it his worst though? That might be his worst, and I like it a lot. I mean, you might be able to put Following down there. That's because maybe it's too much of an art film. I mean, Insomnia, which I still like, might be down there. Man. What's his best one, Curtis? I really like The Prestige. That might be up there. I feel like I can't pick a Batman movie just because that's such a tentpole movie, such a big comic book character movie. Oh, good. Yeah, The Prestige is great. I feel like not enough people give that movie enough credit. But I mean, you got Jackman, you got Christian Bale, you got Scarlett Johansson, you got Michael Caine. He's not going to bury another Batman. And, you know, like, I feel like David Bowie as Tesla, you know, and a couple other character actors where you know their faces, but you don't know who they are, you know. I mean, start the twists, the turns, the obsession, the path of obsession, and like the thriller aspect of it, the sort of weird mystical sci-fi aspect of it. I mean, if there was a movie that I wish I wrote, I think it would be The Prestige. Although there was a book, right? I think it was originally like a book, but I think that's something that I would have. Just the tone of that movie is so great. And like, there's enough like, it's not sci-fi, right? The book's nothing like the movie. I think I bought the book. It's sitting on a shelf somewhere. But I think like, it's not like, what would you call that? There's a sort of, like the idea of like, you're replicating yourself. Not necessarily sci-fi, but there's some sort of like vaudeville style magic that you have to suspend a little bit of disbelief. Retro future, yeah. So there, I guess there's like a steampunkishness to it, but not like heavy-handed steampunk. But there's like I don't know, it's just like that kind of vibe where it plays as a straight sort of realism kind of movie, but then there's just like these slight little, you know, like the idea of seeing like light bulbs in the ground glow and seeing like top hat, like, you know, 1,000 top hats that were replicated and cats in the process, you know, that are, I just feel like it's just weird enough, but not quite like science fiction, you know, where it's still kind of cool. Where like you almost think that could happen. Like you almost think that could be real. You know, it's not like a Star Wars, you know, like where you know that's completely science fiction, like fictional, but where you're almost like, you know, you could convince me that actually happened. That's a great era for storytelling too, just like right in the cusp of like late 1800s, early 1900s, where you kind of see the shift from like horse and carriage to an internal combustion engine, where you go from candles to electricity, like that world where, you know, that change has happened. It's kind of a cool era to think about. Because you can like fictionalize some sort of like story there, you know, where, you know, back in the day, this magical thing kind of happened. I don't know, no video evidence of it, but this is what's down in written history, you know. Yeah, I read Dead Redemption's like that. You know, I kind of like those like those kind of myths type stories where like it could be real, but it couldn't. You ever hear of the story of, you know, there was an old, it was spoiler, it was a hoax, I think, but like the story of, there was this wildfire in Russia and a hole in the Siberian forests, and someone saw like a stampede of horses that were trying to escape this wildfire and went into the lake, but it was in the middle of winter and they flash froze like that in the lake due to some fire or water phenomena. And so like the next day people, and there's of course no photographs of it, but the next day people talk about how they would he be able to walk across a frozen lake and see horses frozen, half out of the water, frozen. And yeah, and you know, people would say it's a hoax. Who knows? Could be a hoax. Right, yeah, now there's no imagination. It's just something completely surreal, or it's just completely real. There's no like mysticism of, you won't have like Goonies anymore. You won't have like, man, yeah, kids in high school telling stories about like, yeah, you know, but 4 seniors disappeared in a cave in the mountains, and you know, only one came out, and they were eaten by, who knows? Never saw them again. Yeah, Wally's a documentary at this point. Could be prescient. You know what I've got into lately? Have you ever, I don't know if you've watched World War Z? Oh, the hidden swimming pool? Yeah, the hidden things. I always liked World War Z. Brad Pitt guy, obviously. But the book is actually quite interesting. This is written by Max Brooks. Yes, son of Mel Brooks and Anne Bancroft. Oh, you've read the book, yeah. Yeah, I recently, well, I had the book for a while, read it, and then did a reread recently. Kind of forgot about it, did a reread recently, which was really good. I kind of like, some people didn't like it just because it just felt dry, but it was supposed to read like a after action report. Yes, and I just finished reading that a few months ago, the Sasquatch one, which I didn't like as much as World War Z, but I like that. I like that writing style, where it does give me sort of like, you know, where it does give me sort of like the Prestige vibes, where you're like, this could have happened, but not, right? Right. Yeah. I like this concept though. This has got me thinking, like, kind of want to, at risk of, you know, copying Max Brooks, but I feel like that if I wrote anything, it would kind of be like that. You know, some sort of after action report, or someone looking into this story and writing a report about it, and then here are the facts that I found. You can determine what it is. And I like the idea of like, I still like the idea of like found material, like you found someone's diary, you found like a ship's log or something that trails off, and maybe you found, you know, the kingdom log in the mines of Moria when the orcs are storming them, and Gandalf finds the book. And I know, I need to win the lottery and then spend a year working on that book and finish it and then sell it to somebody. he have other books? Yeah, I guess he does have a. I guess he did a Minecraft book. Probably not going to read that. I think this zombie survival guide, I haven't read this, ended up being the basis for World War Z. I guess he really hasn't done too much outside of that. Yeah, well, we got one more night. We got one more night tomorrow. But yeah, I'm glad you checked in, Curtis. Well, hopefully you can still follow us to our other platforms as well. It's always nice chatting with you. Oh, I guess he does TV and stuff now. All right. Well, hopefully he pops up with another, but I'm sure he will at some point in the future. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, listen, we're past the bottom of the hour. We're fast approaching the 45-minute mark. Maybe we can get something going by the top of the hour. We got 7 left in this filler right here. Who wants to help finish it off? So last filler, sells out the impeccable baseball break. We just need 7 people, get 1 spot each, $30 a spot, and then we are in Breaksville. I've got the filler box sitting right there. And these are the last 2 boxes of impeccable that we have in the shop. So we can't run this mixer back. And this is it. We move 7 spots here, give away the final remaining teams in there. And we're only selling 23 of the 30 spots outright. 7 of the 23 are going to get extra spots in the blaster box break, which is going to hopefully, it does give you better odds to win teams in the impeccable break. And we sell out the break. We are, Marco. Tomorrow night is our final night. Yeah, but I'm sure you've kind of seen sort of a slowdown in action on YouTube over the last handful of months, and kind of really the last year, and it hasn't really gotten any better. So, and you know, YouTube really doesn't help us with our live streams. We've got other hobby-specific platforms that are more willing to support us in sort of marketing efforts and driving people to our channel and, you know, helping us out in other ways. And, you know, YouTube is a little more, it doesn't really offer that. They offer a nice streaming platform, but in terms of, you know, it's not their job to drive sales or help you with any of that sort of stuff, or collect an audience together for you and try to push the specific genres and stuff like that. It's a little more wide open. It worked for us for a long time, and we're grateful for that, but I think nowadays there's so many unique hobby-specific platforms that we're going to give that a shot. At worst, you know, I feel like we'll do the same amount of business as we would here, but at best, I think in the long run, once we kind of get our feet wet and kind of dug in over the next 3, 6, 7, 8 months, you know, that I think the ceiling is going to be a lot higher for all of us. You know, you don't have to wait as long for breaks to sell out, ideally. you know. Frank, we'll be posting recording. You know, I'll have to check with you on that because I don't know. You know what because we'll be moving to eBay Live and whatnot, so I don't know what their replay policies are. So we're gonna have to look into that. But I think in general though, as time goes on, we probably will not be leaning as much into group breaks. I think we've found that, and especially you know, judging from the success the Fanatics Live channel has had, I think we're leaning a little more into selling like singles, doing mystery packs, mystery boxes, that sort of stuff, mystery crates, that sort of thing, and maybe not leaning as much into like the whole group break thing. Maybe more personal breaks will probably come into play. We're fiddling around with more of the auction format that has been fairly popular for a lot of breakers now. There's a little bit of a shift in how people are collecting and buying. So we're going to kind of lean more into that. Although we do have more group breaks. We do have group breaks that are posted for the brand new Topps Chrome basketball for Thursday on eBay Live though. Marco, we're not dead. We're not closing our doors. We're just going to be on a different platform. You can find us on eBay Live. We got auctions up right now. Jaspy's Case Breaks if you search for us there, and at Jaspy's Breaks or Jaspy's Breaks on whatnot. So I mean, we'll just be on a different platform, but we'll be doing pretty much the same thing. We'll be ripping boxes like we normally do, pulling you hits like we usually do. Hopefully, pull you hits. There's a chat function there. We'll be able to chat like we normally do as well. So instead of watching us on one particular, you're just watching us on a different app.
Don't let them believe that they can do anything against you, and that's what they're doing right now. I mean, you can see CJ Stroud is trying to find some answers.
What about the complete package this year?
Yeah, I know. I feel like we've gotten some of that. I don't like change. I'm too old. I've heard that, but I believe in you guys. I trust that you'll eventually make the transition and you'll find, oh, these apps aren't that bad. It was a lot easier than I thought. Right, get off my lawn, right? And trust me, listen, I know change sucks, you know, so you get used to a certain format, you know. I know that's it's jarring for people, but listen, we're just gonna rip the band-aid off. We're gonna switch platforms. Most of you are on eBay anyway. You know, there'll be a couple different formats to check out. If you don't like Whatnot, try eBay Live. If you don't like eBay Live, try Whatnot. You know, we'll still be here breaking 7 nights a week for you. You know, and listen, with age comes experience. I'm sure that I'm certain that if some, like, you know, someone 20 years younger than you can figure it out, I'm sure you can too. You know, it's not like we're warming up tube radios and soldering transistors to make a pirate radio, try to get the latest BBC broadcast. You know, we're not fiddling with antennas on the back of a TV. You know, we all have a mobile device, download an app, you know, sign away your life in the terms and conditions like we do without reading. And then, you know, and then you find JASPY's and it's on a different screen, but there's still Joe, there's still this face, there's still this voice, and there's still the same sarcasm and dry humor that you've come to know and love on this channel. You know, and then we're still trying to pull you some hits, trying to add stuff to your collection. That's it, simple as that. Fact to hear, like, can you imagine? Dear Frank, per your request, here are photos of your latest hits that we had taken with a camera, took it to the 1 hour photo, and then faxed it through. No, we would have to make a copy of it. Can't send photos through your fax machine. That would bend the photos. You'd have to go to the copy machine, put the photos on the paper, then make a copy of it, then put it through the fax machine. Here are your list of hits, Frank. Can you imagine? Is there an industry that regularly uses a fax machine? Everyone's using. I feel like, maybe I'm just making this up in my head. I feel like as recently as like 5 years ago, I think maybe Major League Baseball or the NFL were still using faxes to send in trades or contracts that were signed before like deadlines or before trade deadlines or something like that. That can't be true though, right? They probably use email and then they just timestamp it. It's like, yeah, we got these, but how do you get people to sign stuff? Okay, law firm you still fax documents to other. Really? Huh. No scan PDF, attach it to an email? Is that for security reasons, or is that maybe, I don't know, yeah, maybe a attached file, attached PDF is not safe. All right, so some law firms still faxing some documents to places. I guess if you need like a signature, that's not as easy, right? Like if I needed a signed document from Frank, right? I got a legal document to sign. I'm signing it, and then maybe I can sign it in fact, because I don't know how I would sign something and email it to you short of me signing a document and then taking a photo of it or scanning it and sending it back to you as a PDF. That might not work. Maybe that's not as safe. Provenance can be questioned. I see. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, cover the bases to make sure they can't pretend they never got it reasons. Email, fax, and physical mail. Maybe text an image to them too. That makes sense. All right. So then, what other industry do you think still using fax? How much is a fax machine today? Frank? They must be, someone's making new fax machines, right? Let's go to Amazon. Now let's go to Staples. There it is. I guess they're still they're all-in-ones. You don't actually have fax machine. You have software that can replicate what a fax machine does digitally. And how does the recipient receive it? In one of these machines? Doctor's offices, Terry's saying, still doing fax machines, huh? I guess a lot of these fax machines are baked into these all-in-one machines. Wow, in demand, there's 11 sold in the last 48 hours. CDs and portable CD players are making a comeback, ladies and gentlemen. So maybe the fax machine's making a comeback. Okay, so they have a fax number and whatever they want to connect. Okay, so that's up to them. A bunch of courthouses in Oklahoma still require you to fax something in, but it's changing. I don't know, maybe this will be a cool way for kids to send messages, right? You heard it here first, folks. Some generation of kid, or they're going to buy fax machines and they're going to communicate via fax machine. Someone on TikTok is going to make a fax machine cool, you know. One of the Hadid sisters will end up using a fax machine, or a Kardashian will use a fax machine. Exactly, Frank. Right, there'll be some scandal at a high school. Kids bought a bunch of fax machines, and you know they're sending inappropriate, you know, drawings or pictures to each other that they've printed out. You know, so I mean, faxing is technically air gap communication, right? You can't steal a fax out of the air, right? Out of, you know, you can't intercept, you know, like, right? It's not like your phone, you know. Maybe faxing will make a comeback, Terry. Maybe we'll all be back to faxing stuff. You know, why are we using WhatsApp or Snapchat? You know, you can't trust those things. There's still a digital print that you're leaving somewhere. You know. No, that's got to be better paper nowadays, right? Surely we're not using the same thin curly paper. Surely I can use regular printer paper in this.
This isn't your house.
See, plot twist.
Who are you even talking to? Only Spectrum TV, fixed TV. Get all your favorite streaming apps with live TV at no extra cost. That's only it.
I don't know. They'll give you a CD-ROM though. Wow. Yeah, the paper tray, it says, it suggests there's 250 individual sheets of paper that you could put in. So sounds like we don't have to use that terrible thin paper anymore. What was that? Was it Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford, where there was a fax that got sent in, but it ran out of paper? Or was it The Firm? Maybe it was The Firm with Tom Cruise, where someone faxed something and then it rolled up under the table or under the fax table, and they missed like this important thing, and that was like a big plot point. It was The Firm, right? Okay, it was The Firm. Yeah, that's like, of that era, that was the biggest nightmare. That was the biggest communication nightmare of the era. Not missing, it wasn't missing an email, you know, wasn't anything like that. Email went to spam, you know. No. If the thing ran out of paper, or if the paper ran out and that little curly cued fax paper rolled underneath the fax stand, and then you missed this crucial thing. That would be, you know, that would be the worst. Firm, what a great movie. Great, excellent soundtrack too. Excellent score. All the blues jazz piano work done there. That's the whole score. It's awesome. All right, but yeah, you know, if you're worried about security, this would be it. Yeah, Firm was good. A lot of running for Tom Cruise in his career, right? I don't know how much running he did in Risky Business. There was some running in Top Gun, right? I think he was running in Cocktail. Was he running in, I don't know if he was running in Rain Man. Definitely not running in Born on the 4th of July. I think he did some running in Days of Thunder. Don't remember Far and Away. Did not run in A Few Good, no. There was no running in A Few Good Men. The Firm, a lot of running in The Firm. He wasn't running in Interview with the Vampire, I don't think. Mission Impossible he was running. I'm sure there's some running in Jerry Maguire. I think there might have been some running in Eyes Wide Shut. I don't know about Magnolia. All the Mission Impossibles that were running. I think he was running in Vanilla Sky. Definitely a lot of running in Minority Report. Not sure if he was running a lot in The Last Samurai. He was on horseback a lot in Last Samurai, I think. Collateral, there was some running. That's a good movie. Collateral, there was some running. War of the Worlds, you're definitely running. Lions for Lambs, he was not running last one. Tropic Thunder, no running. Valkyrie, don't know. I don't think he was running at Valkyrie. Didn't see Night and Day. No running in Jack Reacher. Oblivion he was running. Edge of Tomorrow, a lot of running. I didn't watch The Mummy. I'm assuming there was running there. Was this good? American Made? Anyone? I do enjoy the Tom Cruise movie. That's one recent one that I don't think I've not seen. There's a lot of flying in Maverick, but a lot of running in Mission Impossible. American Made's good. All right, I gotta. That seemed fun. That was kind of like Blow, right? No, maybe not Blow, but it's about smuggling drugs. You know, like. I like cocaine stories, cocaine smuggling. So yeah, it's a true story, or based on a true story, or based on a true lie, as the tagline says. And generally positive reviews. All right. What else has Doug Liman done? Oh, he did Swingers, Go, Born Identity, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Jumper, Edge of Tomorrow, and the new Roadhouse. Edge of Tomorrow was kind of good. I enjoyed it. Oh, I guess since its release, it's been considered one of the best action films of the 2010s. What was this, 70s, 80s is when it's set? Was this like Emily Blunt's like first like action movie? I wonder. Neat filmography section here. Who would have thought? I never would have thought that the chick in Devil Wears Prada would end up, you know, I guess within 10 years, less than 10 years, would end up doing like action movies like Edge of Tomorrow and Sicario, which I really enjoyed, you know, and other, yeah, stuff like that. I wouldn't have called that. And she's married to, yeah, Jim from The Office. And were they married when they did A Quiet Place, or, which I haven't seen, but, or was that, did they get married afterwards? Also, what is this? I'm a fan of this guy, right? 21 Grams is pretty good. Babel was pretty good. Birdman was pretty good. Really like The Revenant. So I'm a fan of what this guy does. But what is this mysterious untitled film? A black comedy? Does he do black comedies? I don't know. None of these are very funny. Also, I think Tom Cruise is done with the Mission Impossibles, right? So I wonder if this movie is like the start of a different phase of his acting career. I mean, he's no spring chicken. Right. Tom Cruise is 63. If you haven't seen The Revenant, that was a good one. That's already 10 years old? Jeez. This was year 2 of JASPY's. When did this come out? December? Yeah, we would have been approaching year 3 of JASPY's back then. Did I see this in the theaters? Forget. If you like, you know, frontier survival revenge stories, this is for you. If the Texans score a touchdown here, they might be able to make things interesting. Doesn't he fight a real bear in this? I don't think he fights a real bear, but I think a real bear is very closely involved. Wow.
This is a good time out because if you're Mike McDonald, right, you tell me, wouldn't you, in these situational football moments, this is game plan specific. Oftentimes it's, hey, where's Nico Collins in this situation? No Nico Collins.
All right, gang, listen, we're about 10 minutes into the last hour of the show. Man, we are only 7 spots away from getting this break done. If you want to get this in tonight, it'd be nice to go to bed knowing that you maybe got a $500 of break credit to play with tomorrow. So 7 spots left. All right, we're giving away 7 spots within the Blaster Box break, giving away the final 6 teams in this impeccable mixer. Give away the $500 of break credit plus whatever nice stuff comes out of Impeccable. Maybe we can get something going by the bottom of the hour. Yeah, that's not good for the Texans. They had to score there. You just got to count on a quick 3 and out, maybe. All right, still holding out hope here, folks. 7 spots left. Last order we got was a little over an hour ago, but it won't take too much to knock out these final 7 spots. $30 a spot. Give away 7 spots within the Blaster Box break itself. Give away the final 6 teams. Sells out the break.
I don't want to check if Mike, if I'm still beating Mike. I was only up by like 7. He has Schultz and Collins. I lost today in my friends league by 0.6. 0.6.
That's rough.
I know. And that's because Amara had 20.6 and I only needed him to get like 20.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pay Nick.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna win either. But if I can win this week, I'm getting close to at least being a playoff team.
You're up by 3.
Okay. But see, that's the thing. He has Schultz and Nico Collins.
Yeah, but Seahawks have the ball.
I know.
And if they can,
I have to hope that they kill the clock.
You have to kill clock. Yeah.
This was rough right now because I'm like, if Schultz catches it or Nico catches it, it's over.
Right.
Timeout taken by Houston. Seattle will find a way.
Look at that club with the arm over.
Wow, Sam Darnold.
He just throws
Good call, getting out of the end zone there. That could have been disaster.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to be aggressive. You know that Houston's going to be aggressive as well. I like taking the shot with JSN, I really do. And then obviously, it's a early on situation. You trust your guys, so I don't mind it. That's kind of the identity of Philly's football team. It's a big pass play centric offense.
Dixon was heels near the back line. Doesn't really get near him. Moved on the opposite. Stumbles as he tries to make it cut. Falls forward near midfield. So the Houston defense has to stop. 56-yard punt will be in midfield. Still 2 scores and a 2-point conversion now.
Yeah, you just got to give it to the Seattle defense. Mike McDonald has
It's half 3 now.
news and front coverage all night long. They're just a tremendous play by safety Takahata. They're just not able to separate one-on-one against the secondary and that fourth down throw. There's going to be a lot of calls, I think, when Houston's offensive staff goes back and looks at it, they're going to run back this football game because we talked about it earlier on. The defense has to get them more cracks at it and turn the football over. They've done their job. Offense has just been not been able to produce.
Grab pass time. This time launches downfield. Wondering who can make a play for this team. That's Cole, the rookie. How is it ruled out? It's going to have to be done.
And it's play action, it's protection for the quarterback, and it's a beautiful throw by C.J. Stroud. Somehow, Houston is still in this football game.
22-yard shot. Pressure comes. Stroud running away and fires. And left alone is Schultz. Came after Stroud. There was Minori chasing him. The tight end was open again.
Then going forward, you're going to see Jalen Noel be a much bigger part of this offense going forward. They're finding out some things right now. Who can help out? If Nico Collins isn't available, or even if Nico is available.
Ball has 4 catches. And looking for him to
Yeah, it's a smart move. I think he threw that ball in third on purpose. Otherwise, that would have been intercepted by the safety. Like that back on the field. I mean, now if you're Houston, Lawrence is back on the field, Williams is back on the field. The big thing for CJ right now, you know you're good out there, you got 3 shots at this right now. If that back gets out, if Woody Mark's getting out, completion right now, get it out of your hands to allow him in space to break something. It's Noel, check it.
A false start.
flag, and that's a false start. The Jets were jumping around, and the stadium has produced more opponents' false starts than any other. If you like stats, it's the 296th false start by an opponent in this place, more than any other NFL stadium.
I was part of the team that played a playoff game out here, the Lions. I want to say it was 2014, 2015. This place, 10-point swing. It's that meaningful of the home crowd and the noise we take our ears. You can't even hear yourself think at times. The place is so loud.
Just put the stat up in the score, but it must be the 297.
It must be this team, fellow.
2nd and 15. Crowd loud again. They love the impact they had in that last play. Stroud backpedaling. Dumps it off. Barrios. Knocked down.
He's lined up in the A-gap, 6'5", 310 pounds, making plays in the wide receiver. And he's lined up in the A-gap. That's not going for him. So an opposite side. Look at that. Look at big man line.
He's talking about putting the one-on-one. He's a bulldog. He's got one-on-one against the receiver. Smith.
That's a heck of a play.
Try again. Under pressure. Escapes. And flying down. CJ's still running. Dive down the 5-yard line. The secondary. We've got 15. See what stands. So it is the 15-yard scramble. The penalty moved the ball to about 3.
Yeah, and the legs. Right? We talked about that in the second half. You'll see Ernest Jones and Dalton Schultz right there. I see a lot worse. But really,
That outside line of the wall, right? I mean, it is. You can't contact, you can't reroute that ball down the field outside of the 5-yard bump zone. So, but for the sign of the time sheet tonight, Stratus scrambled twice for 25 yards. Leading rusher.
yes, needs to do more, has done it more in the second half. That's really the thing. I like this bunch right now. There's some caution and some traffic by the defense.
6:09 in there off the play fake. Stroud trying to create low.
Oh my God, you dropped it?
Something really incomplete. Went down low, tried to scoop it up, could not quite.
The last time they were down here in this situation, thought that maybe some kind of bunch concept would help them out. Mark ball just kind of goes through his hands. He's not able to get his hands situated and secure that. You gotta create some traffic, create some confusion for the second base coach. When they pick one another off, I'd like to see they keep motioning out of the bunch. I'd like to see Higgins take that back end line, a high ball, use his brain.
Second and goal, Marks has it. McAdoo. Grabbed by Dre Thomas, who played a tremendous game tonight. Jones was in too.
It's amazing what continues to happen here.
There's a race to the ball carrier.
It's time, yeah. Again, when they launch the bunch concept, where you mess up the matches and you're trying to figure out play something, make people off the football field.
Here we go again. Third and goal. Travis, plenty of time, hesitates.
You gotta throw it, CJ.
It is caught. Touchdown. On time. Until Marks can work. Let's see if the catch is made. Marks is on the ground. We got to see if it hit the ground. Let's see through his hand. Let's go. And this time he was a great job getting his hands under the ball.
That's excellent. That is excellent. How about the fight? How about the fight of the group? The Texans are still in this game.
Like to kick the PAT to make it an 8-point game. So 2:04 to go. They with the 2-minute timeout and 1 timeout to work with. Finally, a red zone trip that ends up in the end zone.
Guys, just watch. Watch what he works. First of all, chips, body chip. And just keep your eyes on the left side of the screen. Just in the pocket, hanging. And then to get his hands underneath that catch, it's 30, 40 yards. Turning around and making plays a rookie. That's awesome, man.
He's gifted receiving the ball and receiving career. Mississippi State, then USC, everywhere he went, he was a natural catcher of the football. That was a terrific play.
Teams that are plus 3 in turnovers this year in the NFL, which Houston is right now, 13-0. So the turnovers right now are obviously the reason why, but also CJ Stroud just hanging in this game to try to make some plays. Kick this away. Again, the stress. You have to kick out of bounds, right? To save the time before the 2-minute quarter. This ball has to go on the over.
Could kick it out of bounds.
And if you're Seattle, you're doing everything to take it out and try to kill the time on that clock. That Chicago, I believe, did to start this season.
.3. You're up by .3. They each have a timeout. Close.
Jason Jaspy is leading Mike by 0.3 points in our fantasy league. And he's got Jason's players are all done. His opponent has Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz. So if the Texans get the ball back and throw it to either of those guys, Jason's cooked. But if the Seahawks can close this game out, a couple first downs should do it. And Texans used their last time out. And I can't believe the Seahawks were able to overcome all these turnovers too. This should have been a Texans win. All right, so they can run this down to maybe 1 minute and 8 seconds, 3rd and 3. They got to get the stop here. All right, so now they can bring it down to, there's a flag.
Personal foul, number 98. Defense.
Well, it's an automatic first down, so that'll do it.
That's the ball game.
Tim Settle jumps on the pile with no more timeouts. That seals it. Some frustration penalty. It's a 313-pounder jumping on top of people.
It's rare to win games in this league and lose the turnover battle by 3. I mean, that shouldn't be.
That was dumb. You moved back in. I was like, like in phenomenal shape, and the Eagles worked him out and was like, okay.
I know when he retired, you could tell that he didn't want to retire. Like he did it just for ceremony, kind of like Jason Kelsey did. But Jason Kelsey's body was up. He was right. His body was like, I just believe the truth. He said, I just admit it. I think I could write it out for myself that I want to start getting that. Because he tore his rotator cuff twice. He tore it early in the year, just all the season, was able to come back for the Super Bowl. And he tore that shit again at the Super Bowl. So like, yeah, is the shoulder fully healed by this point? Like maybe.
Maybe, and he's like, now I feel good. Let's go.
Yeah, I think he knows that, like, sure they can use my help, but like at the same time, they have a chance to win again. It's like, and I didn't want to retire, but I did it, but now I'm having second thoughts.
He doesn't have to play every snap here.
No, he does. That's what I'm saying. We'll see. And he's probably super cheap too. That's why I'm like, yeah, we'll sign him. Like,
Yeah.
that was like $1 million, $2 million stuff.
Right. Just like a little bit of guaranteed money, and like, let's go. You know?
So yeah, it's cool.
Says it looks like I was.
Who do you work for?
Just what I'm until you. I'm making stuff. It was mostly without Farage. They were always together.
What do you do for Farage?
She got me up and down. She carried messages from Farage to Bin Laden from Bin Laden back to Farage.
You can ask him something to see the story of the truth. We don't know anything about Farage.
She was from the left. We just don't really know
Why do you say that after my death you were referring to consent when Jason was captured in the dweller in the garage when there is a career in the garage?
that's good. Still
If we
alive.
look up others on the outside there are a series of pads and dead drops of oil, there's a direct connection to the I mean, it's been laundering by the delivery room and delivered directly, or is it just the last guy along with the figures and that's making the
That's not all.
Yes, but you know it's important. The fact that everybody's forever lucky, but nobody will tell me where he is.
DT is to withhold his location for any number of reasons. Perhaps they don't know. Perhaps they saw he was actually a cover story. It was really fucking good. The withholding doesn't reveal what you want it to, does it?
No.
And if you did find him, you don't know you'd be with Bin Laden. We don't know what we know. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Listen, not one single detainee said that he's been located. The guy just didn't do it. It's just not wrong. It's still good work. I mean, I'm the best match for intelligence. Probably something that makes you strike.
All right, ladies and gents, last call for Breakahol. We're at the 36-minute mark. I mean, we could still fill this break and do it. The Impeccable is a very quick break. It's only this break takes like 5 minutes, and then the Impeccable break itself takes like 5 minutes. We can easily get it done tonight, but time is running out. So if you want to get this done, dig deep, grab some spots, and let's get this going. Just tomorrow. Training day.
Training, right? And then Thursday, everything starts.
Everything starts. eBay Live here. I don't know if you're doing whatnot on Thursday.
I'm doing, actually, I still stay on IG.
Okay, so I
Someone
do
else is doing
Thursday.
I don't know who that is. Wait, you're doing eBay on Thursday?
Mhm.
Yeah, so then someone else will be doing whatnot.
I think whatnot's gonna be here.
Oh, you know what? Whatnot is not on Thursday, actually.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's IG, Fanatics,
Okay.
eBay.
Yeah, I think we're gonna use casebreaks.com to have all the schedules
Yeah,
on there,
that's
to
perfect.
put like to put like a whatnot logo.
And then
and-
Friday, I don't think there's eBay that is whatnot. So yeah, eBay's like weird, it's like not consistent every day, but like it's like this stuff.
Yeah. I think eventually, once we kind of
See
get
what's
into
rolling
it,
over.
we can iron out the schedules.
What is your day on Wednesday?
I have no idea.
I forgot my sheet. I mean, I had it up.
So yeah, on a normal week, I'd come in on Sunday and I'd
Yeah,
do that.
Yeah.
Then Monday I'd do that.
Uh-huh.
Then Tuesday I do that. And then Wednesday I do
okay.
that.
Yeah. Because
Yeah,
I have to do
Thursday I
two
do
streams on
that.
Wednesday. I do I do.
Your stream where? Oh, there,
I do
there, and
there,
there.
and then I do the.
And then you go there. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
No, not at the expense of protecting the homeland. Okay, wait a minute, why is this a big deal?
So we just said Bradley doesn't believe him in the It's a good thing, because the fact that Farage withheld all our documents from revealing. The only other thing Farage lied about was the location of Bin Laden himself. That means Farage thinks Al-Ahmed is just as important to protect as Bin Laden. That confirms my lead.
All right, gang. Have a great night. We'll be back tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. Night.